Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with Damien Hallmay. Tonight's discourse topic is regarding failure to prepare. Whether that's your fault, somebody else's fault, they didn't properly set you up for something. We want to understand your worst moments where you weren't ready, you were completely caught off guard, or you didn't know what you were supposed to know in time for something. Was it a bad school day when you were a child? Were you adulting and you realized, oh my god, no one's ever taught me taxes and it's April 14th and I have to get these in by tomorrow? That's what we're going to be discussing. We're also going to be playing a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV. No Dawn Trail spoilers because I'm behind. So there's that. We're also going to be joined initially by the streamer of Oz. So let's say hello, shall we? Hello.
Hello.
How do we fare tonight?
We fare.
We fare. That's a start, I suppose. This one is a near and dear topic to me. You are the first.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
You get the double intro as a result. Congratulations. Good job. Well done. So, spoiler alert. Spoiler? Behind the scenes, behind the curtain, Oz and I discussed this one out before the stream. So I'm going to give you credit on stream live before a televised audience that I was having trouble coming up with a good discourse topic all week long, and Oz and I workshopped one out. So without her, I wouldn't have had tonight's topic. I probably would have had something eventually, but I owe this one to your input.
And then I took a nap.
And then you took a nap. It's true. Weehaw! Welcome on in, Wasabi.
Wait, wasabi? Why?
Because it sounds like what's up.
Okay.
You have clearly moved away from your microphone.
I needed a floss.
I see.
Badly.
Yeah. Sometimes, I don't know if this ever happens to you, but it happens to me. If I eat the wrong kind of food, sometimes it feels like I've just added a new tooth to my mouth. Like there's just an extra spacer and all of my teeth are crushed until I get that thing out.
Sometimes.
Thank you for the compliment, Weehaw. So yes, tonight's topic, whether it was when you were a child or when you were a full-grown adult, what were the worst moments in your history where you were not ready to handle what was about to come? And these can be success stories. This sounds very doom-saying, but I think there are just as many circumstances where everything goes wrong in the prep and it's a total flop as a result. But there are also great stories of I was completely not prepared, but I stepped up and I tried literally anything. I just went for it and it turned out pretty good. I improv'd along the way. I made it up. I faked it till I maked it, and then we had success, right? So these could also be good stories as well. Sam, hilarious. Lost Boys. Welcome on in. We're going to be playing a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Spoiler alert. Wait, this isn't a spoiler alert either. I keep saying spoiler alert for things that aren't.
Yeah, you do.
Oz and I upgraded to the new expansion of Final Fantasy 14. But we're also just
Finally caught up.
yeah, just barely caught up in content. So I don't know if tonight's not usually discourse nights where there's so much engagement in chat are usually a bad night to just go for story heavy stuff. Plus, we've got other stuff that needs to get done. And since I'm streaming, a lot of that onus rests on Oz because tomorrow our little is going to school.
It's not a full day.
Not a full day.
but-
Akumu. Hello and welcome. Vacation chills. Are you on a vacation? What you guys doing? If I may ask. Oh, I clicked something wrong in this one window. Now everything's foobar. Let me try to fix that. All right, I'm popping in. Oz, what are you doing?
I'm doing Omicron.
39 players in queue. Never mind, I'm not popping in. Not just yet.
It's quick.
Okay. It moves quickly, you say.
Mhm.
So Oz, off the top of your head, are you prepared? Do you have something? A time when you were not prepared? Are you prepared to talk about your unpreparedness?
I feel like I have had a few things happen in my life where I was not prepared for the circumstances that inevitably like happened.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I made it work. Or and I didn't, and my body just tanked.
Yeah. Hi, Toady. Also, Akumu is in San Diego right now.
Oh.
Nice stuff. You're near some lovelies that we know.
Mm-hmm.
I've also done a number of acting gigs in San Diego. It's a good place. It's fun. It's nice.
I've been to San Diego all of like 3 times in my life.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
So Weeha's already ready right out the gate. The most off.
You know, if Weeha wants to even come into VC, they actually already typed it out.
Yep. Well, either way, you're welcome. Either way. The most off-guard moment was back at school. At a school I went to, and we were having an ice cream party. There's a speed eating competition, and the winner was going nuts. Like, he was going fast. Afterwards, I walked up and was like, "Hey, good job." And he said, "Yeah, thanks. I'm lactose intolerant." Oh no, so it was rough. Then proceeded to throw up in front of me. So
Iconic.
yeah, what did you do? That's got to be awful. Hey,
Well, he's here, so he's really quiet.
you're a little quiet.
My mic sensitivity was turned up.
Oh, there you are. There's the rest of you.
There is the rest of me. I heard him. I heard that I could pop in. I heard like a split second, so I immediately opened Discord and popped in.
100%. Yeah.
So I just I obviously was very much caught off guard. I kind of just stood there and let everything. I didn't know what to do, so I just kind of stood there, and then I walked away, washed off my shoes because there was some on my shoes, and that was the end of that.
Gnarly.
Wow.
It was something.
Yeah,
Definitely
I've had some
got me off guard.
surprise upchuck moments with some folks before in my day, and it never ends well.
Like the one where you were being DD with the girl in the passenger seat and the girl in the back seat.
That was probably the worst of all. Yeah. So those of you that live in Southern California or whoever have lived in Southern California might remember or know of a place called Hamburger Mary's. I went there with a couple friends and I was DD. And it was two young ladies who were just trying to have the best night of their lives. I think they did actually have the best night of their lives. But we were driving home from that, and one in the back decided to drunk dial somebody, and she was just loudly yelling at that person random stuff, drunken, not regular conversation, just I don't know. I have no idea what was actually going on with her conversation because I was just trying to focus on driving. I was driving a car that wasn't even mine, so I was even more aware and keen of what was going on. But the girl in the shotgun seat started to look kind of queasy, and we were on a freeway. I couldn't really slow down. There was no good place to pull over. We were in the fast lane. In fact, we were in a carpool lane that was blocked off from the rest of traffic. So I really couldn't pull over at the time. And she rolled down her window. And I was like, uh-oh, that's a bad sign. Anytime somebody drunk looking queasy rolls down their window, you know something bad's going to happen. But what was worse is the girl drunk dialing her friend was right behind Shotgun. And she also had her window down just to get some fresh air because she was super drunk too. And shotgun seat girl leans her head out of the window like a dog, and I'm like, good, maybe some fresh air will make you feel a little bit better. This is probably gonna be good. But we were driving her car, and it had those old like Oldsmobile or Cadillac shock absorbers, and so we were like rolling like a boat in an ocean with every bump. And I think that motion was definitely getting to her. And pretty soon, she was emptying out her entire gut onto the freeway. Except it wasn't going completely onto the freeway.
No, because you were going how fast? Like, what, 80?
Probably 80 to keep up with
trying to get them home.
Traffic in the carpool lane and trying to get them home as fast as I could. And shotgun seat girl's puke started to fly with the wind with the speed we were going, and it was trailing along the side of her car and also entering the backseat window, plastering the girl behind her in the backseat talking to her friend on the phone. And she's just screaming at her friend on the phone, oh my god, I don't want to say her name, but so and so is puking all over me. Oh god, it's all over my face. Oh god, I got some in my mouth. She wasn't moving because she was too drunk to realize if I just moved to the left seat, this would be fine. So it was getting just all over her hair and face and in her mouth because she wouldn't stop talking to her friend on the phone.
Yeah, so she had her mouth open and everything.
Yeah. It was awful. It was awful.
That's rough. That's rough right
now.
there.
But that's probably still not as irresponsible as doing an ice cream eating contest.
Yeah.
While you're lactose intolerant. That's pretty bad.
He went crazy though.
I mean, good for him, but of all the people, like if you can't digest something that is part of an eating contest, why are you in that contest?
My internet is being real bad. Crud.
I hope it comes out the other end okay. Toady says, just got my learner license. The roads are no longer safe for me. Go get them. Go get them, Toady. I've had one bad upchuck, and I'm fairly sure I've told you about it. I don't think I've heard about this one. Not on this stream. I know we share a lot of friends, so it might have been on one of my friends' streams instead. But yeah, that was a really gross story. That was one of the worst. I'd still berate anybody for enjoying copious amounts of lactose when you're lactose intolerant, though.
Right.
That's just your own fault. It's like if you drink to the point of drunk, the alcohol is lowering your inhibitions and making it worse, harder for you to make those decisions. But eating ice cream, you're perfectly sober. You're making the choice. You know you can't. You know your body's going to reject that. That's pretty bad. That to me is worse somehow. Anyway,
that's
that
because one comes from incompetence. That makes sense.
yeah, lactose incompetence, is that the new term?
I like that term.
Oz, you were starting to maybe work toward a story yourself.
Well, so starting off, we were at a jazz festival in Monterey doing a competition for jazz choir. And I'd been having some drama with my current boyfriend and the boy that liked me, who was his best friend.
Oh my.
And this whole situation of the boyfriend versus the best friend had been stressing me out so badly that I had been giving myself back-to-back throat infections out of stress.
Ew.
Yeah.
Stress throat infections. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it apparently is. And we were staying in like kind of a nice hotel, and we just had like some downtime, and so the boyfriend and the friend were both there because we were all in jazz choir together.
Okay.
And I start hearing raised voices in the hotel room next door, which is where half of the boys are. So there were 2 girls' rooms and 2 boys' rooms. And I go in there, and next thing I know, they are screaming in a very nice hotel.
Oh no.
With the door open.
Oh no. What's going on there?
We almost got removed from the hotel.
Yeah.
Like the whole jazz choir. And I was just like deer in the headlights, what the fuck do I do? So yeah, that was the earliest I think that I was so like completely off guard. What the fuck is happening? I do not understand what is going on.
That's
the worst
pretty
thing
bad.
about it was that, and this feels so gross talking about, because they were both fighting over the fact that they were saying that they loved me, and I'm like, ew, please don't do this.
High
Please don't do this.
schoolers.
This is gross.
Mm-hmm. So Toady shares, it was one of my school camp trips. Shortly put, went pale, puked on my teacher's shoes and pants, collapsed, woke up in the hospital. I mean,
Fuck?
you're here today, but what happened? I don't know many people that collapse and pass out right after puking. That sounds way worse than just like a stomach bug. Sam says nothing catches you more off guard than the statement, "Hey, I haven't got my period yet. That's weird." Yeah, that can be pretty bad. I wish girls learned more about periods when they were young, and I wish boys learned more about girls' periods when they're young as well.
Well, we start learning about that stuff when we're in 6th grade. at least when I was growing up.
Right.
Which, I don't know how much earlier you want them to start learning about it. 'Cause that's still pretty young.
I mean, not just like how they work, but like how they could possibly get skipped.
Yeah.
You know,
I
it
feel
doesn't
like they
necessarily
give it,
means
2
like,
years between
oh, I
learning
got
that
pregnant.
You're gonna have it,
Uh-huh.
and then learning why it stops.
Right. Like, there's so many reasons why, as somebody young, especially if you're more active when you're younger, that things could happen that could make you skip one, or for whatever reason, things go weird. And when things go weird, like, it's not necessarily bad. It's not necessarily the end of the world. It's just sometimes bodies don't do what you expect them to. Akuma's gonna go get food. Oh, please tell us what you're gonna go get. But if you've been highly active with somebody and then you haven't gotten your period, you might have to worry.
Yeah.
So I think for me, the moment I was most caught off guard was I was actually kicked out of college. And the reason that was is because I went through an academic probation period for a while. And then out the other side, they stopped all payments on my student loans. And I couldn't afford school anymore. And the reason why that happened is because I spent my student loans money to file for a divorce, which is crazy, and I highly disrecommend it. But the government was ready to give me money to continue my higher education, so long as I eventually paid them back, you know, with interest. And I was in a really tragically bad relationship. And I decided that before I even finished my degree, I really needed to focus on the removal of the victimization act of my life. And so I misspent money. And when I did that, my college essentially said, all right, well, you're done. You're done here. You cannot afford to be here anymore of your own volition. And the government's not going to give you any more money because you misspent the money that you had. And suddenly I was, without degree, thrust back in the workforce, trying to figure out what I was going to do with nothing but food industry experience before. Oz was there for that. And I tried to apply to, God, probably like 12 different restaurants to try to get back into the workforce again with the one thing I knew how to do. And I didn't get anything out of any of those. So, bad time in my life. Super unprepared. And I was bad at so many things too already. I didn't know how to budget. I didn't know how to make sure that bills got paid in time. There were so many things going delinquent. When my student loans went back into repayment, those went into delinquency, and I got calls at my, eventually I did land a job, and I got calls at that job saying, hey, we're going to repossess things if you don't start paying back into this student loan. It was from like a loan, not from the loan agency, but from like a repo man that had taken over the loan. It's bad times, real bad times.
You know, I think I have a different story that's much more like very much left field, because I really could not have anticipated this coming in my life basically ever.
Sure.
And that is when so I went to one school, like, so there was a lineup of schools that filter through each other to end up in a certain junior high school and high school. And I'd been a transfer student from my district into this other district, into this school, and I went all the way through the elementary school and into the junior high, and I started 2 weeks of 8th grade. And I wasn't a bad kid, I didn't have bad grades, I wasn't like a disturbance at all, and I got pulled into the office and they were like, so we're here to tell you that you need to find a new school. What do you mean?
That's wild.
And they were like, so we have some late enrollee students that live in this district. We need to make space for them. So we're going to have to remove you from this school.
Wow. So just because you weren't exactly where the lines of demarcation said you ought to be, and these other kids are being displaced by you. Wow.
So there was a chunk of my 8th grade year, probably about almost 2 weeks, where my mom was just trying to find another place for me in another school.
Yeah.
I think realistically that was kind of like the main turning point. If that had not happened, you and I would not be together.
Really? Interesting.
Because if I had not switched schools, I would have gone to a different high school. I would have never met the ex. I would have never met the person that set us up
Yeah.
because of the ex. We would
Interesting.
never set up.
Interesting. Funny how life works that way. Just like one of the best mistakes of your life.
It wasn't even a mistake.
Not
really.
mistake, but just a rerouting.
What is a district exactly? A district is a grouping of schools within a given area. And a district would include elementary schools, intermediate schools, and high schools.
Yeah. Kind of related to a county or a parish, but they draw their own lines, right? Jim says, one of the worst for me is happening right now. Oh my. Did I pick a topical topic for you? Transferring from community college to uni and have had to learn a lot of stuff on the fly. Fall semester starts in a couple weeks or so, and I'm still not done. Also, you're looking like the guy from the Lost Boys. Must be a theme. I'm down for that. You mean that as a compliment? Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so what do you mean you're still not done? What's going on there with the transfer to uni? I did this too. I went to a community college first, and then I got transfer requirements to a university. So I didn't start off as a university student right out of high school. But I'm curious to know what's going on there. Why did you why is this your least prepared moment in your life? Oh, Kumu hasn't chosen food yet. Okay, good to know. Toady says, my most off-guard moment in terms of school was when I had to write an essay on a book that was entirely pictures. Really? What class was this for? How did that happen? How do you write a full essay on a picture book? I mean, if you're studying like child development or cognitive science for children, or
an English class.
Okay. I'm super confused. Just pictures. Sam says school districts are like lines drawn in certain counties that service all children within those areas. Yeah, they're similar to a county or parish or province line, but distinct to schools. Higher property value and tax areas have better schools and are more sought after. At
Yep.
least in the US, that's 100% true. Yeah. I used to go to a school 3 towns over. The school that I ended up in for high school was that way. Not for me, but for a number of other students that went to that school. My first long-term girlfriend there traveled from another county, cross county lines, to go to the same high school that I was going to. So it must have been an important high school. For me, that was just the one that was closest to me, so I was the sorting hat told me go to the school.
Yeah, I was a transfer student from a completely different district, because so there was a lot of like, if you're living in this city, you go to these cities' schools.
No.
And if I had not been a transfer student, I would have gone to the same school that my parents had gone to when they were growing up, and they were like, absolutely not. They were like some of the worst schools in the area.
Oh, wow.
Like, so they used to do like classification of like a grading scale. It was called the API, the Academic Performance Index.
Yeah.
The schools that I ended up going to were like 7. So not like the best schools, but not like a bad school.
Yeah.
They were a 1 and a 2.
Oh,
My home
ooh.
schools,
Oh, wow.
out of 10.
So pretty low quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like people graduating without the ability to read English.
Wow. That's bad.
Yeah. It was one of those where like they just kept getting pushed through.
Right. Like make it somebody else's problem along the way.
Uh-huh.
Another teacher down the line will probably fix all the kids that are having issues.
Yep.
Joe, hello and welcome to the chat. Oz, I don't know if you remember Joe from my time as an educator for Big Tech. He was on my team.
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah. One of my faves. Yeah. It's good to have you in. Thanks for joining in. We're talking about times that you were hit with the most unprepared you facing big dire circumstances, like your worst time where you were the least prepared to handle whatever was coming, whether that was when you were a kid and you were in school, or as an adult and nobody taught you a specific how to adult thing. Yeah. Okay, so Jim elucidates on the transfer to university. There are a few things I have to do to ensure that I'm a student at my new institution. My CC transcript is still in the process of being sent over, and on my campus tour, I learned a few things to ensure that I'm a lawful and recognized student. What? Learned of a few things. I'm so confused. I don't remember having to do anything to be lawful and recognized as a student. Jim also says to Toady, I know you're on Twitch and I'm on YouTube, but I just want to say that I think I have the exact book that you're talking about. A book themed around immigration that's just pictures. I wonder if you're, maybe you're in the same school system or something. That's interesting. So what was the theme of this picture book on immigration that they really wanted you to do an essay about? It feels weird, but you know, maybe it's important to somebody in curriculum. I see you over in Instagram, Oz. Hi and welcome. Machika says Thunderdome at my elementary school. How did that happen? What was going on? Why was it so crazy? One of my elementary schools was pretty crazy. We had like, did you ever see the movie Battle Royale? It's a Japanese movie about like high school students being put in some sort of like Hunger Games scenario way before Hunger Games was ever written. And they had these like collars that would kill them if they didn't participate in the game. And so they all had to participate, and their object was to kill everybody else. This is why Battle Royale games are called Battle Royale, I think, is because of this movie. And yeah, basically it was just like a fight to the death until one high school student wins. I don't remember why. I just remember it was a really brutal movie. But one of my elementary schools used to have this mechanic only on foggy days. Why foggy? Because we had adults. I don't know if they were volunteers or paid people. We called them narcs. They were adults who would just watch the kids play on the playground during recess. But on foggy days, they couldn't see the entire playground. So there were some kids that would go to the very far end of the playground where the baseball fields were, and they would beat the stuffing out of each other. Like bloodied faces and noses coming back, bruises, red skin, the whole shebang. And we would... I say we. I wasn't participant to this. Oh, I completely died. The only reason kids did this, I think, is because they felt like they could get away with it. If they couldn't, if the adults were able to see them, it wouldn't be the same thing. The kids wouldn't participate. So it was really brutal. I don't know if that's what you mean by Thunderdome, but for me, that elementary school was Thunderdome 100%. Let's see. So Toady says, it's been a bit, but I think one of the main things my fellow students used was how the book conveyed foreign cities as alien and abstract. Interesting. Hard to explain. I was never great at English. Foreign cities? I've been to a few foreign cities. I don't think I've ever felt anything particularly alien. Culturally different decisions, yeah, but humanity has a lot more similarities than it does differences, I feel. Once you get meeting people. Machika says, freeway sign creator? What? We're at a giant dome jungle gym, and all the kids climb on it, and two kids were getting in the middle and fight. Oh, okay, that sounds like my elementary school too. Let's just say I got my ass kicked more than once. Foggy days are when the ninja stars would come out. You know, I remember getting ninja stars when I was a little kid. I was pretty young, and I got these like really sharp stars that I thought were super badass. I never like flung them into somebody's flesh, but I had them just in case. Just in case. You never know when you're going to need a good ninja star.
I think that's the least cool thing you've ever said.
You know, when I was a kid, it was very, very cool. At least to other boys, it was very cool.
Yeah, well, so was sack tapping in my generation.
Yeah, that wouldn't have flown. Not in my circle of friends.
No, I never fucking... I'm like, why do you want to hurt each other? Why?
Yeah,
Why is this
that's
funny?
like one of the worst ways to hurt each other, too. Also, Oz, I see you in YouTube. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
For anybody else who's watching this, I live stream across 4 different platforms. So I'm actively doing a weaving of Twitch chat, YouTube chat, Kick chat, and Instagram chat all in one go. So I'm trying to keep you all engaged across 4 different platforms all at once. That's how we do. Hi, Irishman. I promise you the game is saved. So I did the thing. I did exactly what you asked me to. I promise you. Jim says, if I'm being honest, I don't know what half the shit in my transfer process means. Oof. I've been nonstop asking my advisors for explanations and advice for the past couple weeks. That's what makes it the least prepared moment of my life thus far. That's rough. That's rough. When you have to lean on so many other people to get this done for you, and transferring from school to school, especially different tiers of schools, if you don't have really good support, that's just like a linear line of these are the requirements, this is the order that you do them in, that can be really rough if your advisors aren't there for you. They're not stepping up for you. Yeah, I've absolutely read that exact book, Jim says to Toadie's book on immigration. It's interesting. Author was Malaysian who immigrated to Australia, I believe. Wow. And Toadie adds, the book itself was called The Arrival. Interesting. Lady Nico, hello, hello. Wait, what's the Charlie Sheen film? Is there a Charlie Sheen film called Arrival? Thank you for the lurk, Lady Nico. So Machika says, trees. I mean, yeah, my elementary school where everybody was fighting each other and beating the crap out of each other didn't have trees almost anywhere. But we at least had foggy days when I was a kid. I don't know if that same area of the world has fog anymore. But when I was a kid, it did. And that's where kids would hide. They'd hide in the fog and do whatever kids did when they weren't being observed. Which at that elementary school was hurt each other. Really badly hurt each other. Yeah. Yeah, I also had a scenario where one of the other least prepared moments for me was having my car impounded.
Yep, I was there for that.
And Oz was there for that. I couldn't afford the payments for registration. I could barely afford rent and food. And I wasn't, at that time in my life, I wasn't buying anything else. I wasn't living a life of luxury. I was barely making ends meet.
Let me put it to you this way. So he worked at the Evil Coffee Company.
Yeah.
And the only way he ate was so they do markouts at night for the things that are going to expire. That is what he ate.
That is what
Pretty
I
much
ate.
Exclusively.
Yeah. Expired food every day. And so, yeah, I was under the radar for a long time. And then one day, out of nowhere, I go outside to I don't know where I was going, but to drive my car somewhere. And my car was just gone. And I report...
There's an element that you're missing in this.
Well, I'm skipping the illegality points on live stream. But, yeah, I go out to check my car and I actually call the police and I'm like, hey, I can't find my car. And they're like, oh, give us some information. And I did. And they said, we've got your car. It's not at the police station, but it's at the impound lot. And you could talk to them. And I did. And the lovely lady there said, you know, there's a certain price. There's a fee to get your car out. There's a fee to sell your car to the impound lot. And if you sell your car, you can mitigate a significant chunk of the fee that we would already charge you for having done what we did, which was take your car. And then you only have to owe so much. So I, that same day, gave up ownership of my car and also paid them for having taken my car, because the payment for taking my car was greater than the value of my car.
It's something like that.
What I ended up owing?
Yeah, or like it was like $500
I
or
don't-
$300.
I don't remember.
I remember it was like it felt exorbitant.
It was an amount that I couldn't afford, but had no other option. Because if I didn't go that route, I would have started to have criminal charges placed on my record. And I wasn't about to go down that route. Yeah. And bad times. I still had a motorcycle. I had 2 vehicles at that point in my life. But it was a real big blow to Nico. Welcome.
Hi, Nico.
Machika's. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate the lurk support, Mr. Nico. For those of you that aren't already following Nico Crushing, he streams on just Twitch, but Twitch is still good. Still probably maybe the #1 streaming platform. Let's take a peek at the sort of stream that Nico puts on.
It smells like a bathroom in here.
Imagine if you could smell a video game. What game is this?
I don't want to know how this got there.
You gotta wash your hands now, right?
I don't remember him ever playing this game. Interesting.
That's a Star Wars game.
Oh, Toady says Jedi Survivor. Okay. Interesting. Machika says we are peaceful now, so I think we got it out of our system at a young age. There's something to that, yeah. I think I was definitely more inclined toward violence when I was younger, and maybe if you work it out of your system, you become a peaceful adult. But there are some people that I feel like they didn't learn how to cope with those feelings when they were young, and then they stay violent as an adult. That's bad. That's not good.
You don't know how to fight the testosterone.
Exactly. Testosterone is a hell of a drug.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, sorry for leaving out of nowhere earlier.
Hey, welcome.
My mom needed my help.
You're all
No,
good.
you're good. We understand that life happens.
Sam says the arrival with Charlie Sheen was about aliens that wore skin suits and infiltrated to sabotage the planet, pumping more gas into the atmosphere to speed along global warming to wipe out humanity so they could take over. If they
It's
were
a lot to unpack.
if they were that advanced, why did they need to do the slow play and just like
They wanted to give, time to the people to actually fight and survive.
maybe
That's what it always is. It's like the villain that does that monologue that's way too fucking long.
sadistic, yeah. Toady says English was the reason I dropped out of school. Bummed the fuck out of me after 4 years straight of reading about World War II, sexism, racism, etc., and I just stopped caring about that class. English class is brutal, and I feel like it's, as a requirement, a weird requirement because it's not often used in almost any industry, in any job. If you do have to write as a job, then you do a lot more with writing and writing standards than you do with what you learn from existing old classic literature. I don't know why there's so much focus on old writings, because a lot of them don't translate well into modernity. Yeah. A
Almost
shame.
Every English teacher I've had has always focused on those old literature.
Yeah.
And I swear they just do it to feel superior. I swear they do it every single time. Every single time. I've never had an English teacher. I've had one good English teacher, and they were just nice. Every other English teacher, tries to feel superior. I can feel it.
Yeah. There's some, I especially think when it comes to the way that they analyze the classic works out there, I have a feeling like maybe they don't even analyze their works correctly, but they have like pet theories, or what would you call it, like conspiracy theories about why somebody wrote the way that they did or what symbolism they actually intended, even though that author never actually verified that that was the fact. And I think there's definitely a sense of superiority in that. Like, oh yeah, if you read the Grapes of Wrath, this character definitely has it's like a Jesus symbology, and you can see it here, here, and here. And it's like, you don't know that. What if Steinbeck didn't actually mean that at all? And you're reading into his writing in a way that he had never intended. And it just makes you look smart and academic, but it has nothing to do with the author's original intent in any way. Toady adds, a shame it was required to pass my last 2 years. I needed 4 years of English in high school. Luckily, I didn't need any in college that I remember. Yeah.
Well, I definitely needed English in college.
Really? Oh, you know what? That's not true. I needed it at the community college level, but after that, my requirements were fulfilled after that. Machika says outlaws. I was wrong. I mean, when I was a kid, I was definitely an outlaw. That's for sure. Toady says, did they tell you why they took it? Sorry. Oh, why Jim Can Swim read the book? Or I don't know exactly what you're referring to right now.
He's talking about that car story.
Car story?
Your car, why they took it.
Car story.
Why did they take Cholita?
Oh, why they took my car. Oh, that car story. I started to go backwards to the vomit story. Yeah, I just hadn't paid my registration fees. That's why. That's the only reason why. Yeah, that car used to be called Cholita. It was a it was a Chevy Nova, but it was back in the 80s when Chevy Novas weren't pretty. In the 70s, they were muscle cars. In the 80s, Chevy Novas they kind of look like Hondas or Toyota knockoffs, like four-door sedans, and mine was really crappy and lame. And so I thought it was funny that in Mexico, the Chevy Nova didn't sell very well because the word Nova, which in English means like a new star, in Spanish, if you see the words no va, that means doesn't go, which for a car, if your car doesn't go, that's a really bad thing. So to see a car that says no va means you can't drive it. So I thought it would be really funny to give it a Spanish name because the word nova means doesn't go, or the words. So I gave it a Spanish name, and the only one that came to mind was Cholita because it was kind of ghetto. It was kind of like a little chola. That's what I went with. Cholita is a sick name. Yeah, that was my first car. My first car was named Cholita. Machika says, I was trying to guess the Star Wars game. I thought it was Outlaws. Oh yeah, I guess you guessed right? Or at least that's what Toady said. It's too expensive for me, so I've not bought it. I've not played it yet. I haven't played a lot of Star Wars games. I played some of the original Star Wars games, but it looks like they've really made leaps and bounds. I played a little bit of... What's the Battlegrounds one named? It's not called Star Wars Battlegrounds, is it? That one was pretty fun. It was like a open world.
You're talking about Battlefront 2.
Battlefront. Yeah. That one was pretty good. Yeah. That one's pretty good.
We also played the Old Republic.
We did play the Old Republic. We played it. Unfortunately, we played like 2/3 of the game, and I was really excited to get to the end game. And then everybody I knew quit, and I was alone on the server. And then I stopped because I don't like playing MMOs all alone.
Well, it was me and you.
I think you quit before me, though, didn't you?
think we were both starting to get disenfranchised, and when I told you, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna play this anymore because nobody else is playing, and you're like, well, if you're not gonna play, I'm not gonna play.
Maybe. Yeah. Toady says, I wish I could follow Nico twice. Yeah, he's a good bean. Oh yeah, it wasn't Outlaws. It was Jedi Survivor, Toady says. Maybe. I speak fluent English but misuse punctuation like crazy. Nobody cares though. Punctuation is one of those things that's really not a deal maker in English unless you happen to be a copywriter. For the most part, you don't have to be that great at doing in English. My English teacher was late to every class by like 20 minutes. Well, no wonder you were bad at punctuation. You missed the first 20 minutes of English class is all about punctuation, and most I'm just kidding. It's not true. Likos, hello and welcome. Liko says, an essay I did back in high school was how all the symbolism we were taught was bullshit. I'm inclined to agree. Using interviews with the author, stating that that's not at all what anything meant, and he chose the colors because he likes them, chose shit because he thought it sounded cool, etc. Don't remember the book, but my teacher pulled me aside and said that while he fully agrees with me, never do it again because snobby lit teachers will fail me from their class if I do. I got an A on it. It was funny. Honestly, I developed a similar theory when I was I took AP, IB, English classes for part of high school. And there was something in my head that said, unless you have verified acknowledgement from the authors of the books that you're reading that says, yes, I meant to subvert symbolism here. Yes, I meant to lean on the Bible in this characterization. Yes, I meant to use an existing trope here for this particular character. It was a cliche of the mustache twirling villain tying somebody to the railroad tracks here. Unless you hear those things from the author, you're theory crafting. It's one step above fanfic, right? Because at this point you're an accredited teacher trying to convince high schoolers that your theory or some theory that you read in a book is the prevalent theory and is actually mapping correctly to what the author originally intended for the novel that they wrote. But until you hear it from the author, you're just fan servicing at that point, right? You're creating an ideology that doesn't necessarily hold true. Machika, you're heading out? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate your face. I hope everything's good in your world. Take it easy. Yeah, I don't believe in the theories that English teachers teach on the classics. I believe in the authors. If an author tells me this is what I put this in here for, then I believe it. If they don't say anything, then it's up in the air. It's anybody's guess. Likos adds, he fully admitted that he wasn't allowed to teach what he actually believes. Interesting. It was a school mandated view of the book, and any dissenting opinions gets the teacher fired.
What
wow.
the fuck?
Wow. I mean, what if you have a really good idea as a teacher and you're like, hey, I studied this book and nobody has said this, but you know, hear me out. I've got some good theories. You can't say that or you'll get fired? Wow. Pathetic.
That is pathetic.
I can sort of see the reasoning I guess. It's so that every classroom learns the same thing. But no, yeah, that's total bull.
Yeah. I'd rather have a teacher that seemed like I got something different than everybody else than to feel like I got the same thing as everyone else did. Because a teacher that teaches something different also probably means that they thought about it in a way that's disparate from what they were fed. And they're more likely to give an honest evaluation, or at least an honest, they might not give the best evaluation, but they might show you how to evaluate better.
Mhm.
Whereas there's so many teachers that say, I don't know about the evaluating process, I'm just telling you the prevalent theories. That doesn't teach you how to come up with your own good critical thinking on literature. That just shows you here's the norm, follow the norm.
Mhm. Don't think outside the box. Don't have your own thoughts about this. Just follow what everybody else says.
Right. Which is, and like in, I don't know, the 1930s to 60s or something, maybe that kind of conformity made sense. It was more comfortable, and it actually matriculated into opportunities for job and growth to say like, hey, I'm just like you. We think the same. We analyze things the same way. We're of an accord, maybe. But today, it makes more sense to teach people how to be more analytical.
Mhm.
To say, hey, I see things in a different way. Hear me out. This is my explanation. And if it's good,
Yeah.
if it's sound, then the novelty of it is going to win. And that's going to get you way more opportunities than if you conform to a standard.
Yeah, they want you to question. They want you to question, like, what authority is telling you it means.
Yeah.
As far as like the interpretation,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
just because you're a teacher doesn't mean anything.
So
It's
you're
like,
saying they should teach people how to learn.
Yeah.
yeah,
Or
or
to
how to
think.
find the answer
Go ahead.
by. It's kind of like when somebody does a study on something. Now, if they don't have other references of other information that helps to support even the reason why they came to their idea, the theory that they're trying to prove, you're just gonna think they pulled it out of their ass.
Yeah.
Like there has to be like significantly more supporting evidence. There has to be, like, people don't trust just because they seem like a good, honest person. They, oh, it's an old wives' tale. I did this to my children when they were growing up, and it's worked for the last 60 years with all of my other relatives. Well, that's also why a bunch of people were dying in hospitals, because people were going from the morgue to the delivery room.
Right.
And they weren't washing their hands. Like, shit changes because we learn shit.
Yeah. You have to learn how to adjust the paradigm based on new information that comes through. And I feel like English doesn't do that nearly as much as it should as a basis of study, right?
Yeah, because culture changes.
Yeah.
And just because we're reading a book, like in 2024, about, let's say, 1920s culture, we don't have, like, unless we did other research of that culture together and then talked about it, like, the reference forms that, or the reference material that your teacher may have acquired as to what that culture looked like might be inaccurate.
Yeah. 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 Lycos
I feel like
adds.
there needs to be
Oh, go ahead.
sorry.
You go
It
ahead.
needs to be like there needs to be a lot more research in studies other than just science.
Yeah. Yeah. Likos adds, funny thing is, other subjects were much more freeform. Our history classes, for example, teachers could teach virtually whatever they wanted as long as they also covered specific topics. Interesting. Wow. That seems so weird. So maybe it's a dean or like head teacher constraint on the English department. I'm really surprised that history would be even more lax or more comfortable with a variation or personal interpretation than an English class would. That's weird. Sam says, the novel is about the mistreatment of people with alternative opinions. Now stick to the curriculum approved view of the manuscript or you'll be fired. Yeah, it seems like it really inhibits the idea that you can view the same corpus of text and have a different opinion or come to a different conclusion, which that's probably one of the best things you can teach somebody is if you analyze this and you come to a different conclusion than the norm, show some citing evidence and explain why. You might be onto something. You might be the next forerunner of why your theory makes more sense than the prevalent, more common, existing, whatever theory. But if you don't learn how to become a forerunner, if you're quelched, if you are oppressed into believing that existing theories are correct no matter what, and your novel theory is wrong no matter what, that's bad. That's bad. Liko says, I can't wait for the next generation of literature to be someone puts in a toilet as a skibbity toilet reference, and people say it's a deep political commentary about how society has metaphorically gone down the toilet. Honestly, if skibbity ends up being part of mainstream culture, I'm okay with this. It's a pretty fantastic series, to be honest. I'm going to take a quick AFK. Oz, would you kindly lead the live stream for a short moment? Will I BRB?
I guess.
What, you guess?
I said ew, I guess.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
I believe in you. Good luck.
Don't worry, I'm here too. Here to help.
Have you ever felt like more of an adult than your parents?
No.
No. You've never had a moment where you were like, okay, I understand why that, like, I had a moment where I was like doing all of my finances and had it all in one place, and then my mom was like, oh my god, I forgot this bill again, oh my god, I forgot this thing again, and I was like, why don't you just do this thing and put it all together? And she was just like stared at me, and I was like, oh. Streamer's gone. Our chat now. Yeah. I love that emote so much. That is amazing and chaotic. Yes.
Yeah, it's fun.
The most chaotic I have is this.
I don't really have any chaotic emotes. Let's see what I got here.
But I like making all of my emotes fart.
I used to have the one where it's like a moist critical hitting that one dance where you're like, I can't explain it. But he was hitting a dance. That used to be my favorite emote, but I don't got it no more.
Oh, boo.
Boo. Indeed. Holy crap. It's a cheese. I just found this random one and it's cheese. That's awesome. It says stinky cheese. It's fantastic.
Nice.
Hate cleaning. It is the worst.
I don't mind cleaning as long as I'm not stressed out about it. Like, if I'm cleaning because something has to happen or people are coming over, I fucking hate it.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. I have an aunt coming over because
Ah, so I was right on the money.
right on the money. Yeah, I have an aunt coming over because my birthday's coming up this Saturday, so she's coming to hang out.
Oh, nice. Happy early birthday.
Yeah,
Thank
happy
you.
birthday.
I'll probably... Oh, hey, welcome back. I'll probably be watching the stream that night, so this Saturday.
All right.
All right. How far back in chat do I need to go?
There's just a lot of emotes. But I said, have you ever felt like more of an adult than your parent? And Liko says, yeah, my mom freaks out whenever anything bad happens, or I need to be the one to take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there are a number of conditions where a lot of us ended up learning how to be the parent sooner, faster than our existing parental structures and units could handle.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly felt that way a number of times.
Fun story to tell if y'all are willing to listen.
By all means.
Yeah.
So there is a Chick-fil-A. So right near the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I have I'm in a sport, right? I'm in wrestling. So I have my practice right at the high school. So sometimes I'd go to eat at the Chick-fil-A. Well, the most recent time I went to eat there, and I haven't been there in like a month or two now because of this BS, but I went there to eat, and one of my friends was sitting outside. I didn't think anything of it. I just walk in, order my food, sit down, and this old worker comes up to me and says, well, like, she asks how old I am. I give her my age. She says, well, you have to be over 18 to sit inside now.
Oh.
Which
Oh.
was which was 100% weird. Never heard of it in my life.
That's weird.
Didn't know anything about that. That has never been enforced. Apparently, it's a 3-year-old rule that has been at the Chick-fil-A since there was some sort of fight that went down inside the restaurant.
Huh.
And so I had to eat my food outside.
What?
They just kicked me out.
That's
that would
really
come out
weird.
of left field.
Yeah.
It sucked. It was hot outside and everything. It sucked. I mean, that's all. It was way worse at the time. Like, it felt way worse because, I mean, I was hot, sweaty, just got done with wrestling. I was ready to sit down, enjoy my food, and then I was told I had to go eat outside.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Not fun at all. I guess that's kind of a boring story, but I felt like telling it anyway.
Not at all. Liko says, man, all my stuff I was completely caught off guard from was all customer service stuff. Interesting. Any particular story stand out for you?
I can understand that though, because customer service be wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Lycos adds, like when a DoorDash driver told me I was the man putting down the little people because a burger couldn't be completely cooked in under 3 minutes. I'm sorry, if you can cook a burger in 3 minutes, you're gonna get sick.
Yeah.
So he proceeded to go grab rocks and twigs and throw them at me while screaming that he's fighting the man. Wow. We also had a dude get hella drunk, go back and try to make his own burger because he thought his order, he hadn't ordered yet, he just got there, was taking too long. Oh no. He drunkenly thought he had placed an order, but he hadn't. And so he's like, what's taking so long? And he thought he would enter the kitchen and make it himself. Oof. Oof.
Big oof.
Another guy come back to the line and just straight up vomited on a coworker of mine, said he felt better, went and sat down, and just started eating like nothing happened. What the hell?
That's rough.
Like I said,
I'd quit.
customer service be fucking wild.
Yeah. Customer service stories are the weirdest and wildest.
And most disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Remember that person that threw up just in the when you were at your second Starbucks, and they'd gone in the bathroom for a long time, and then they came back out after like a long time, and they were, I think, potentially had like Downs.
Actually did. So yeah, the story was I worked as a prospective assistant store manager at a Starbucks. I was looking to work my way up that corporate ladder, and this lovely young woman came in with like 5 or 6 people that all looked to me like they all had Down syndrome. So she was their coordinator for activities and events, and she decided this Starbucks was a place to go. We're gonna take all of you lovely people here and get you drinks, and we'll have a nice time. And so they all came and they ordered drinks, and I was making drinks, and one of the girls looked a little off. I couldn't figure out what it was. I don't have a lot of knowledge about Down syndrome or what it looks like in various phases, but she seemed like she wasn't having a good day. But she went into the bathroom, and then she was in there like maybe 15 minutes, I want to say. She finally came back out, and she looked the same, like nothing had happened. Like it was not weird to use a public restroom for 15 minutes. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And so I go in just to check the restroom afterwards because I'm a little bit nervous. And the walls, the fixtures, the toilet, the sink, and the floor are all covered in vomit. And this vomit has blood mixed in with it. I didn't know at this phase in my life that I could call a Starbucks corporate, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Biohazard unit to come in and fix this. That we were not actually liable to clean this up because it could be a bigger problem if we touched biohazardous material, especially blood, in a bathroom. And so they have a special team that they deploy for this kind of thing. But I didn't want to go in there and clean anything up. I was leading the shift, and the last thing I wanted to do was figure out what cleaning needed to happen in there. If I went in there, I went in there already, and I was already feeling really sick myself. If I had gone in there to clean, I probably would have gotten sick and thrown up myself. That's how bad it was. And then one of my baristas took it upon herself to go in and clean the entire thing up by herself. And I got mad. I told her, don't do that. Because, you know, if there's already a team out there that can do this for you, we shouldn't be doing that kind of work. Not for the kind of pay that she was paid. Yeah. That was an awful night of work.
Oh, that sounds rough.
Yeah.
Why are these the things that I remember?
Yeah. Lico says, when I was at Target, we had a guy that had just come up and started banging on the doors, screaming that he knows Jeff is in there. Let him in. Never had someone named Jeff who worked there. That's scary. That's scary. Back to Red Robin, some dude had projectile diarrhea. Ugh. Those are two words you never want to hear next to each other. No. Projectile diarrhea all over the walls and in the sink. Ugh. Shit was crazy. Literally, the shit was crazy. Had to clean the women's restroom, and one day someone had tied their used tampon to the door handle and left a note saying, for the young guy who cleans the restroom. That's gross.
Whoa.
That's awful.
Whoa.
Lycos. Do we need to come over there and teach people how to be proper citizens? That's just awful. Seriously. I've had bad retail stories, but yours are the worst. The absolute worst.
You poor soul.
Yeah. Lycos, are you done with retail? Because I don't think I
would be.
I don't think I want you in retail anymore. If it was up to me.
We need to protect the bean.
Yeah.
I'd be out of there so fast with the first story.
Seriously. Customer service is wild.
I have to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So the little came in like maybe 10:10.
Okay.
And she just like appeared behind me.
Ooh.
And I was like, "Hello, honey. Can I help you?" And she's like, "I want your Udi." I am wearing my Udi. And I looked at her and I said, "Child, I am wearing my Udi. I want to wear my Udi." She says, "I want to sleep with your Udi. You should use your llama blanket." And I said, "I cannot just sit in my llama blanket. I would have to hold it around me."
Right.
And she's like, "I want your Udi." I'm like, "Child."
She's learning the art of bargaining. 5 years old, and she's already learning how to try to like strike a deal.
And I was like, "How would you like my robe?" And she was like, and I was like, "It is soft." And she's like, "Does it smell like you?" I'm like, "It's right there. You tell me." She goes over and she like face slams her face into it.
That's kind of adorable. And then
And I was like, "Does it smell like me?" She's like, "Yeah."
All right. All right. So that was acceptable.
And so I picked it up and handed it to her, and she like had the like excited little steps all the way back to her room. I haven't heard from her since.
All right. All right. Hey, the smell of a mom is endemic, I think, to just about every culture, every family. There's something about it.
I won't deny that. I just think it's funny that she had, like, the audacity.
Give me what you're wearing right now. It smells like you.
That you're wearing? That one? Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Mine.
I must sleep deeper. And you're the only cure. Interesting.
I thought you would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Liko says, it wasn't me, but some table shanked a coworker of mine because the kitchen was slow. People out here are unhinged. That is wild. They went out back after they were done with their meal and waited for them to get off their shift, then jumped her. Only stabbed her 3 times. Only 3.
Only.
Wow. And she ended up fully recovering, but shit was fucking wild. That's... what the hell? She's got the gift of the gab? Likos' coworker or what? Oh, and one of my coworkers ended up being a scammer that got arrested. Him and his girl had a scheme where he would start working at a place. Then a month or so in, she'd show up, tip $1,000. He gets the tip payout. He quits a week later. Then a month later, she disputes the $1K charge, saying she only meant to charge $10. Weird. So he pockets the money and she gets her money back, ideally.
Interesting.
They both ended up getting arrested. That sounds right. They did this at many restaurants in the area. Jeez. The fact that they were able to get away with it so many times is crazy.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing you gotta think about. They wouldn't do it if it wasn't successful.
100%. Just like those people that say, they send you a message saying your Windows is corrupted and you just have to call them to get that antivirus installed. And then when you talk to them, they say, oh, you need to go to Target and buy me a gift card for Amazon while you're in a Target store. And that's how we do antivirus in my company. 99% of people are going to hear that and be like, oh, okay, you're a scammer. Well, fuck you. But sadly, the 1% that do it, make it legitimate, make those people continue on. They wouldn't do that work if they didn't get a profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. It's sad.
What I think is funny is so somebody actually tried to pull that on me. And they were like, don't talk to your family about this. I was like, well, I don't talk to my family about it.
Wow. Liko says,
What's wrong, Doug?
thank you for the self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
Liko says,
Irish, my boy. Sorry.
he's been around. He did a save channel point redemption earlier, even though this game saves itself. Likos adds, worst that happens in theory was they don't get the 1K back and they're net neutral. Best is they make 1K. Yeah. It's like a crime that doesn't fail on its own. Sam says, kids, I saw one kid go, hey, there's something in my pants. He proceeded to shake his pant legs until a turd fell out. And then he just went on about his day like nothing happened.
The fuck?
How old were you? Was this at school? What was going on there? That's weird. That's weird. Liko says, their big mistake is at our restaurant. She made a big deal about it. The manager took a photo to celebrate, and the manager posted it to some company socials advertising our local branch. Other restaurant people then messaged him saying the same thing happened at theirs. She charges back, etc. Gotcha. She was already famous for this. Yeah. So all of them started working together now, knowing all the different restaurants this happened to, and then they got the police involved. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Let me go grab hydration because I forgot to bring my big cube downstairs.
You did.
I know. I'll BRB.
You are terrible.
Oz, please entertain our guests if you'd be so kind.
I see. He fails and I have to do his job.
Always keep that water bottle handy.
Right?
Got like a gallon jug.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, he's back. Streamer is gone. Our chat now. Interesting. Still love the emote.
Right.
Wasn't it chat's chat to begin with, or am I losing
I mean,
my mind?
it really was chats to begin with. It was never D's.
Never D's?
I'm staring at him as I'm saying this.
It was never D's, huh? There's a joke there, but
Oh, I know there is.
refreshing H2O.
I guess I'll drink water.
You should. It's good for you.
Yeah, it comes out of the toilet. All I hear in my head is fucking idiocracy. You mean like out of the toilet? That's what plants crave.
Schizophrenia.
Brondo. I will probably not be on here for too much longer, simply because I'm starting to feel the potential of a migraine aura.
That is rough.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm heading out at 11, so the side characters have to give way to the main character.
Are you Central Time then?
Maybe. I think so. Let me check. I'm not smart, so here. Central Standard. Or Central. What's the time zone for Central Standard? Okay, well, what does red mean? That's not helping me. Okay, so it's not Central Standard. Let's see. It's God dang it, what time am I on?
If you're Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, or parts of North Dakota, South Dakota, or Nebraska, you are Mountain Time. But if you are anything between that and like Georgia, some of Kentucky, some of Tennessee, some of Indiana,
Okay,
Michigan.
there we are. So I'm in Central Standard Time. I am in
Yeah.
Central Standard Time.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. I had to really search for it.
I'm back.
Oh wow, you scared me there.
Good. That's my goal.
It's a weird goal you got there.
Likos, how dare
Strimmer. Weehall Wang told us to riot in chat. Yeah, I did. That's real.
Yeah.
I 100%
I-
did
I
that.
believe that.
Yeah.
D1 joined an emo band, I see. Tara, I was this way before emo meant what you think it means.
So he's a hipster too.
Hipster wasn't even a word when I...
No, but that commentary just now was so hipster.
Yeah. Well, I predate hipsters. Imagine
so
being an
hipster.
emo hipster. Wow.
I like that one. That was funny.
Thank you for the self-care and making me go and find my hydration.
Yeah, I've been steady chugging water while you were gone, just to prove how much better I am.
Good. I mean, I just refilled this today, so, you know, I go through this pretty quick. And I don't even wrestle. I like water.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
You do it out of enjoyment, not out of having to.
Yeah. Water is the number one beverage I drink all day long. I have one like other beverage and then everything else is water.
It's vodka.
Yes. One 16-ounce tumbler of vodka. And then I
Shaken.
drink water the rest of the day.
So you know what it is? It's G Fuel in vodka.
That sounds fun.
Simtotic had a really nice joke.
Why did the hipster burn his mouth on the pizza? He ate it before it was cool. That's pretty
Gave
good.
me a little chuckle.
That's
Gave me
pretty
a little
good.
chuckle.
A true hydro homie. I'm telling you, water is the only fluid you need in your diet. And that's not to say that water needs to be consumed in mass quantities. People forget that there's water content in food. So when people say, you know, chug a gallon every day, that might be excessive. You can get some water just from your diet, just from eating food, but it's good to drink water. Now, is there any other beverage that is better than water on a day-to-day basis? I would
Yes,
argue
vodka.
I would argue just vodka. Vodka and then water. If you can drink vodka all day long, do that. No, I'm just kidding. There's nothing better than water is the answer. Yeah.
If you're boring, yes.
Sweet tea is fantastic.
Sweet tea is really bad for you.
I know, but it's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's my favorite drink of all time. Top 10 S tier best drink ever.
Tara asks, so what is this game? This is Final Fantasy XIV. I'm in cutscenes for one of these are like daily quests that you do as a craft, or these aren't the crafter ones, the gatherer daily quests to help your gathering jobs get better. But it's just yeah, MMO stuff. Sam, she knows it's not Mist 5. Liko says, on a slow day, I get 80 ounces of water. All right.
All right. I'm going to call it quits.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks for popping in.
Thank you for letting me. Yeah, thanks for letting me hang out.
Anytime.
Night.
You're always welcome.
Have a great stream. See you, chat. It was
Thank
fun. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I may have to go soon because I am starting to kind of feel the aura of a headache.
And it would be much better to prep breakfasts with no headache than with big headache.
Yes.
Sounds good. Sketchy says Final Fantasy is a very weird mix of different themes. Depends on the Final Fantasy. Some are decidedly more modern, some are decidedly more fantasy. This one is all the previous Final Fantasies in one, I feel. Yeah. Including some future Final Fantasy content as well. Final Fantasy 15 content exists in 14 because they can. Nico says, on a normal day, I get between 100 and 140 ounces of water. Interesting.
Holy guacamole.
Gathering quests to help you gather your gathering. It levels you up without doing the actual skill. If you went out and did actual gathering for crafting purposes or selling the raw goods, you would level at a certain rate. The quests level you faster, so it behooves you to get involved in the story of the world. So that's why we do it this way. Oz, any other particularly on your heels stories before you be responsible?
Not really.
Yeah, I think I told my biggest
mean-
ones.
I mean, other than maybe our wedding getting rained out.
That was a pretty good one. But also that wasn't one where the...
Wasn't like the onus was on us to like fix it.
Yeah, the being caught off guard wasn't so much for us. They told us what was happening and what they were going to do, and then the staff did it.
Yeah.
So we weren't involved in the, oh, okay, we have to go clock in and work to make the day work because rain means we can't use the venue that we chose.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the people there, and I think some of my cousins got involved with it, so there was some unpaid labor, but it wasn't us specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I feel like we just rolled with whatever they said. Hey, we're gonna do different things, and we were like, okay, if we argue with you, we can't get our way. It's either all of our families sit in the rain or we do what you tell us to do. Yeah. Tara says, like skill books in Skyrim. What do skill books in Skyrim do precisely? Did they get you advancements in skill without actually having to perform the skill? Yeah, I don't know that I have too many other really drastic stories of when I was caught on my heels. The big ones were being called at work for my student loans being put into repo, losing my car, and going on academic probation because I couldn't afford school because I misused my student loans. Those are the big ones for me. Sketchy says, Skyrim skill books advance certain skills without having to do anything. Oh, this is a little bit different. These quests do make you do stuff. It's just the things that you do aren't endemic to gathering stuff that you will then use for crafting or for use in the market system. You turn them in as quest objectives, and they advance your level faster than doing actual gathering for profit, which feels kind of backwards. It incentivizes you just doing the quests and not engaging in the greater market of the world. But that's how Square Enix wants it done. You can literally open the book for 5 seconds and close it and you'll still advance the skill. Oh yeah, it's kind of different. You have to find the book first. Oh, okay. Sam says, I'm half expecting Damien to break out into singing Turbo Lover with that Rob Halford shirt on. I don't know Turbo Lover, and I don't know who Rob Halford is. But I'm a musician. It's just not my world. Oz, before you go, did you want to shout out anything specific?
Sure.
Did you know there's an exclamation point BMM? Oh,
I did.
you just did it.
No, I didn't know at all. I'm so glad that you told me. I would have
Oh.
never guessed.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
This is an earring business that I have. It's been in business since 2022. I make kind of alternative style jewelry, earrings mostly, but also necklaces. Yeah, I do shipping basically to wherever. I don't do, my website is not a storefront precisely because that costs money right now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I do like mystical, spooky, cottagecore, classical, kind of all over the map. Like, my aim for making jewelry was I wanted to make things that I couldn't find that I wanted to wear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool. I love that you found a hole in the industry that needed some new creative ideas to fill the gap. And you're like, I think I have those ideas. And a bunch of people have seen your wares and said, yeah, I agree. I think you're where this needed to have existed for a long time now. You're that one. You're the person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want to help me potentially two-man something from Stormblood? See if we
Sure.
can do it.
What do you need?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to just obliterate a... Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm here to speak to you about your
Hello.
project's extended warranty.
Ah, fuck!
Ah, damn it. They found us again.
How's things?
Greetings.
How's things for yourself?
It's been a good day. I like this topic because it helps people define their vulnerabilities, and we often, well, I don't know about we, but I meet so many people that often define themselves as big damn heroes in their lives, where everything happens around them as either contributing to their hero arc or villainous against them in some way. Where if we were being honest with ourselves, we're much more villainous to our own lives than I think we give ourselves credit for. We can be the heroes sometimes, but we can also be the bad guy. And if we were only honest about that, we'd make other people feel a lot more secure in the fact that we all err in this way. That's kind of what this topic is contributing toward. What's Kingdom Come Deliverance?
It's an RPG set in early 15th century Bohemia.
Oh,
Alright, let's see it. Let's see if I can talk about this game without spoiling it. We're spoiling too much. You play as the son of a blacksmith.
Mhm.
Your town gets raided by a human army. Then am I allowed to swear here?
Yeah.
And then after a wee bit of lollygagging and getting knackered by some bastards, your goal is find the guy who stole the last sword that your dad made, and get revenge on the man who actually killed your dad.
Sounds epic.
It's hard to get into, but it is really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just to add on to what I said earlier on about having to learn how to read books and then spend time reading those books. You can't just use them like max out skills, like in the Elder Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
You only read the books up until a certain stage, and then from there you need to actually go out and progress the skill yourself.
Right. I mean, that sounds like good game balance to me.
There's also another system in place that dictates how much time you actually spend reading books. So if you're sat down on like a bed, you'll spend maybe 2 or 3 hours reading a book. Whereas if you're just standing out in the middle of like a town, just reading this book, it could probably take you 6 or 7 hours. It's like a comfort system or something like that.
Huh. Interesting. Oz, just tell me what you need me to be, because right now I am botanist.
It might not help on a Stormblood Extreme.
Probably not.
Well, the only thing that I've got is Summoner.
Summoner?
I don't have gear for anything else.
Are we doing this unsynced?
Unsynced.
Okay. I will be Paladin then. You can go ahead.
You good?
Yeah.
We'll see
Emanation
if we
Extreme.
just die.
We'll find out. Rob Halford was the frontman of Judas Priest. Interesting. I'm not familiar with Judas Priest. Not really. Tara says, not uncommon. Thanks, Stuart. Not uncommon, no, but fewer than a third of the books you can find are skill books, and then finding the specific ones you want out of those, it's not hard until you need a specific one. Interesting. Okay.
You're not wrong.
What happens if you fall off the platform? Depends on the part of... Final Fantasy XIV has platforms you can walk to the edge and it'll prevent you from falling. Or in this area, as an example, you can fall off the edge if you try. And that's really bad. It's bad mojo for you. It depends. Different areas have different rules. So it's kind of confusing. Looks like someone blew up the planet. In that zone, definitely. It's got that vibe, right? Thanos. Was Thanos here? Is he part of the Final Fantasy canon?
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Just finished a book with Teresa by the artist author Brahm. Who is Brahm? It's not a name I recognize. It's an interesting take on Krampus, where unlike most modern media of him, he's not the villain. Okay. I can get behind that.
It's insane the amount of not damage that they are doing to us.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely OP for this content.
I shall free you from your hate.
Oh, that's I didn't have anything I could grab to shield me on that.
We might have to use the blue thing.
Blue thing. Oh, I do have that. It got, hang on, it got moved. I don't know how to move it around. Maybe I can't. Okay, I know how to activate it, even though I can't see it. All right, let's try this again.
Open your hearts to me.
Sketchy. Do you have a moment in your life where you were drastically unprepared for what you were going to face?
You mean life?
Could just be life.
Yeah. It's called waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So, to be completely to give you a serious answer to that question. Give me a minute to think
Do
on it.
not your souls weigh heavy?
Stuart says you would love Brahm. I think I can post a few of his art pieces in your Pride tab. Yeah, by all means.
Stu, do you mean Gerald Brahm?
Sorry, what was that?
This Brahm character Stuart keeps going on about. I think he means Gerald Brahm, but
Okay.
I'm asking anyway.
I shall free you from your hate.
It's not anybody I'm familiar with, but I like learning about new folks, even if I don't have the time to be a consumer very often. Okay, use your whatever it's called, Vril. Good job.
Surrender to bliss. Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Why can't I even get out of this?
Your souls are stained. Do not your souls weigh heavy? Hearken to me, my dreamers.
Or they don't need to die at the same time. Shit.
Uh-oh. That could be bad. I'll see what I can do to get them low.
Okay, my two are low.
Okay. Still working on this one. Because I'm a tank. Okay, my two are low. Go, go, go.
Shit. I don't think we can do this.
We got it, we got it. Wait, why is this guy still so strong?
No, I think we can't do it.
How come? What's our fault?
We need more people.
Oh, we're gonna die right now.
Your weary souls in my bosom.
Maybe we won't die from this. Oh, it's at 100. I don't know, maybe we will. I'm seduced. Oh, I didn't die. You didn't take any damage.
I had Brill on.
Nice.
I got scared.
Well, that was it.
Ooh, there's what I needed.
Yeah? What did you need?
The mount.
I'll pass.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I just want to get one mount. And I'm like, I really hope it drops. Oh, thanks for doing that with me.
Congrats. You're welcome.
I have only like 2 of the Kamui mounts.
Hmm. Stuart, tonight's topic is, when do you feel like you hit a point in your life where you were the least prepared, either as a child and adults didn't prepare you at all for something that you really needed to know, or as an adult and you're facing taxes or buying a house or whatever it happens to be, where if you had only known some of the systems better, it could have been a good experience, but you were wildly unprepared for what you're about to face. Hi.
Hi. This is what I just got.
Pretty. Good stuff.
Yeah, I already had this one
Mm-hmm.
and this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Let's see where
only
those
like 4 more to go.
Yeah.
But at least I know I can do them with literally 2 people.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, it wasn't even that hard. I could probably done it by myself.
This one. This one. That's it? Just 2? Need to work on that.
I have more of the one for the expansion after that than that one. I have
Oh, nice. Those are the... What are those called?
guibers or guibers.
Yeah, I don't have any of those. I haven't tried for any. I have all the horses. I don't even think I have all the lanners, the birds, and even fewer camui.
I really like this one.
Yeah,
This is the Quiver of Light.
nice.
Yeah, if you get all the lanners, you get this.
Pretty. It looks like the lanner version of the Keating.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost the same palette.
Yeah. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of Beast Tribe stuff tonight. I think I still have 3 more that I can wear, but yeah, 3 more that I can do, 3 more quests I can do, but I don't know who I want to work on right now. I think I'm just a little toasty.
Yeah. And we're
And I still
waking up
haven't-
even earlier tomorrow.
I know, which is why I need to get breakfast.
Yeah.
I was thinking of oatmeal, doing the tomatoes, cucumber, and feta thing for the little,
Yeah.
cutting up a bell pepper for the tiny, and then just doing like cheese on the side. Something just quick and easy.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I know the oatmeal's gonna stick to them better, so.
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay.
Well, have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Bye.
Cheers, Sketchy.
And unfortunately for you and everyone else watching the stream, you're stuck with me.
Oh, you're saying goodbye to Oz. I'm comfortable with this. You can hang as long as you would like. What time is it over there?
10 past 5 in the morning.
Ew. Why? Why would you be alive at this time of the day?
My sleep schedule's been fucked for about 2 weeks now. That's showing no signs of recovery.
I see, I see. Well, as long as you're not dead yet.
No, not yet.
I've had bad sleep for about 5 years, so I get it.
The Grim Reaper's not knocking on the door yet.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see. Stuart says, there are little things that can catch me off guard, like car issues, but that's more momentarily inconvenienced and not me being unprepared. Okay, so you're well prepared for that kind of stuff happening. That's good. That's rare. Most people get car issues. It's it becomes a big issue quick if you don't have the finances for it. Tara says, I've been trying to think of a good example for myself, but I'm having trouble. There have surely been times I was unprepared for things, but I usually knew I would be going into it. Oh, well, that's very helpful. So I was poised to react, which sort of mitigates the feeling of being unprepared. Yeah, I'd say if you have time to reactively make some strategies happen, then you're in the best shape you could possibly be in. You're doing a good job. Stuart says, posted a little of Brahms art on the Discord, but it is hard to find good quality versions online since he's not super popular. Oh. Well, we just need to change that, don't we?
Also, I can confirm it is Gerald Braun.
Sorry, it is a what?
Your man who's making the your man that Stuart's on about. It's Gerald Braun.
Oh, Gerald. Okay. Oh, interesting. I'll definitely do some research there. The power being out for so long recently was unexpected, but it isn't really anything I could have been better prepared for either. That's probably the point of tonight's conversation, though, is things that you couldn't possibly prepare for. And what did you end up doing in the meantime? I think we heard some of your saga on stream, but it could potentially help other people, especially should they live in an area of the world where the power grid is endemic to just one locality that thinks they know what they're doing, and it turns out they don't. Your insights might help those people find their own survival. I think for me, some of the worst moments of my life where I felt grossly unprepared were because somebody else had dropped the ball along the way. I had my own fair share of bad preparation when I was younger. I relied on really bad systems that didn't serve me as well as they should have. I used to write things on post-it notes and lose the post-it notes. I used to double book people for calendar events, forget that things happened. I forgot a lot. And I think in my early 20s, a lot of my friends and romantic prospects felt that if I forgot something, that meant that I was deprioritizing those people. And that felt really bad, because I might really enjoy somebody's company or really want to pursue somebody romantically and forget key components of our journey. And to them, that was a vote. That was a vote that I voted my attention be set in other directions and not toward them, and that they were losing a popularity contest, when really, at that point in my life, I was just bad at using systems to help me remember. I'm no better remembering now than I was then, but my technology helps me bridge the gap a lot more these days. So I feel like I'm more prepared now, but in ways that I was never taught when I was a kid. And that's just like sitting on cell phones and apps and platforms that do a lot of the thinking for me that my own brain is not quite capable of. So people feel much more valued, connected, and respected by me, even though my brain is no different. It's just now I can show people the respect that I feel they deserve, whereas before I felt a certain way and I couldn't make it come to life because I was just bad at braining. Yeah. sketchy. Was there ever a situation where you felt like you were incapable of showing the amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Concern or focus that people expected out of you? I think that was a lot of my problem growing up, is people misinterpreted my lack of consideration for them as a decisive movement on my part, when I just wasn't adept at showing it.
The question there isn't, did I have like a... The actual question is, which moment?
I see, I see. Anything stand out to you? While you're considering, Tara says, my saga is pretty shit and short. Hurricane blew out the power, and for the first time ever, it was out for more than a few hours. 11 days of hot, humid misery. That's pretty bad. 11 days. Rumi recharging our power banks at work every day. Oof. Far too many peanut butter sandwiches. I bought a smoothie once and still am unsure it was worth it. But could we have been more prepared? No, not really. That's just how power outages go. I don't know. That's how power outages go in modern Texas. In almost every other municipality, it doesn't happen that way. I think you just need to get out of Texas. It's becoming a third world country. And I know that's not the proper usage of the term third world, but, you know, colloquially.
It's going to the dogs.
Yes, exactly. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the term third world originally meant America defined itself as first world, and anything that was considered aligned with communism, Russia and China and North Vietnam and Afghanistan was threatened. These were all second world places, the communist era, places that were going to be shifted away from a capitalist, democratic version of the world. And then third world just meant anything that wasn't in play for the pro-capitalist ideology or the pro-communist ideology. They were just sort of everyone else. But there's a stigma related to that, and that stigma was, if you're not communist and you're not capitalist, you're probably underdeveloped, poor, backwards. Things aren't moving for you the way they are for other countries. And so you're just behind everything else. And so third world became synonymous in this way with just like poor economic development or poor standards for things, infrastructure spending and all of that. When that's not necessarily the original definition. Tara says, it was awful timing that we just restocked the chest freezer. Ugh. But we'd done that before the storm warning. Now, well, first I need food, then I need a way to pay bills. That sounds like most people. Then maybe I can think about having the ability to move anywhere. Yeah, that's fair. I feel bad for anyone who's stuck in Texas right now that doesn't want to be there. It's hard to move.
The UK is nicest time of year.
I'm sorry?
The UK.
It's nice this time of year?
Oh,
Oh,
the likes of Scotland, especially.
yeah. Well, Oz has some heritage, but I don't know if that's enough to I don't know if that's a repatriation or if we'd still be considered brand new people. Do you know anything about the immigration process for an American to come over there?
I don't know about Scotland specifically. If there's like already existing family, and like my knowledge is mostly about like Northern Ireland and sort of the Republic of Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding is if you have like if you know you have family, then you're kind of just accepted as like extended family.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you may just be seen as new folks.
Well, I know Oz has a family name and heritage, but I don't know how closely you need to feel like you're related to somebody to make that happen. So I haven't been in the U.S. My family hasn't been in the U.S. nearly as long as Oz's has. So I have the opportunity for dual citizenship with my family's native country. I would just need to move there and work there for a few years to prove that I'm technically repatriating. It makes me wonder if Oz has that capacity with somewhere in the UK or not.
I guess it also depends how many generations have been outside of the UK.
Right. Yeah, I'm only third generation in the US myself. So for me and Finland, that's enough. I have dual citizenship waiting for me. I just need to move to Finland and decide that that's a thing to do. Right now, that's not on our docket, you know. But if anything were to happen where this country went to shit, we'd have a backup
That's an
plan.
option.
Yeah, we have an option there. Oz gets cold, but you know, we could stay in the south, like nearer to Helsinki or someplace like that. And maybe it would be better. But it makes me wonder what sort of opportunities she has.
You could probably ask her about it.
Yeah, it'd be worthwhile to see, you know, if she has any information on family tree, how that ends up working out.
There are those DNA tests people take. They cost a wee bit. They cost a wee bit, but they do really help if you want to find out, you know, where you have roots.
Yeah, I actually bought one of those for Oz a couple birthdays ago. So she knows she's 85% those islands. So a mix of
like British shades.
Yeah, mix of British, Irish, and everything genetic to that area of the world. And then just a small smattering of other European nations, but vastly largely predominantly those islands. I don't know if that means anything to the effort for repatriation or not, to be able to say, hey, we've got genetic proof in a certain direction.
I'd imagine that that'd probably help. Honestly, I don't know much about that sort of thing, but I'd imagine that would probably help. Be able to say, well, hang on, I have it wrote down here that I have family roots in the British Isles.
Yeah. I'd imagine it would.
But no, knowing where your family comes from, that's a good start. Then from there, it's as simple as being able to trace people's names.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know her last name is, or her maiden name is distinctively from that area of the world, so.
I'm not going to try and guess her name, in case I get it right, but I'm going to assume it starts with either O or Mac.
It's obvious where it's from once you hear it. You say, "Oh yeah." You could very quickly. It's one of those you Google, and you're immediately aware of where that clan first originated and everything. Yeah.
Why?
No question. Tara says, pick a Kelly, drop me in .ie somewhere. Okay. Would that be a preferred relocation for you at some point? She then adds, if this country went to shit, it's already 1 foot in lately. Maybe more so in some states than others. I think, the federal government has a certain amount of reach, and more lately we're seeing the federal government decide we want to provide more and more provisions for the state to make decisions. And some people like that, some people don't. It definitely creates a marketplace of more disparate ideas to come to life. And, best idea wins in that regard. But if you can't afford to relocate, then you feel very trapped, and it can create feelings of despair. If you say, well, all I would need to do is move to another state to get the state government that I want, but you can't afford to move, then you feel stuck. And if the ideology of the people around you is different than yours, the majority believes in a different concept of government than you do, that can feel very othering and very scary until you can find the way to move. First choice would be home, obviously. But if that weren't an option, I'd have plenty of Brits telling me I'm just made for the weather. Though also New Zealand.
New Zealand's interesting.
Interesting. I don't know nearly enough about New Zealander culture to feel like I have an idea that that's good or bad for me. Don't know which counties my ancestors were from. When you say counties, was that a mistype? Do you mean countries? Just curious.
From what I remember Tira saying, what was said that right? She has Irish heritage, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So she could be referring to the actual counties of Ireland.
Yeah, it could be. I know lots of Kiwis. Knowing Kiwis and knowing that you're meant to be there, I feel, are two very different things, though. Counties in Ireland and Scotland. Oh, okay. Interesting. So you definitely have heritage in those areas. Is that what you're saying? I know for me personally, if you do a Google search on my last name and try to find, you know, areas of the world that Halames exist in, it's basically, you know, a small diaspora in the US and then a very concentrated area in Finland. We're not widespread. It's not a commonly known name. We probably existed in one small area of the planet for generations, and then we're like, you know what? Russia's kind of scary. Let's try the US for a little bit. That's probably the only reason why we're anywhere else other than Finland. Aside from that, I don't know of anywhere else you'd ever run into a Halme. Probably Finland, and if it's in the US, it's probably a direct relative of mine that I know personally. Oodles and Germany? Oh, okay. So you've got a little bit of mix of different areas. Sort of all much more Northern European than Southern, from what I'm gathering.
Hmm.
Yeah, my first wife used to joke she was all the Axis powers. There was German, Italian, and Japanese. It's like, wow, that's a, you know, back in the early 20th century, that would be a kind of a yikesy mix, but I suppose it's not as big of a deal these days.
Kelly's definitely an Irish name. Tara.
Kelly, McCune, McNamara, Smiths, and Wallers. Are these all ancestral claims?
That's the assumption I'm going to make.
Yeah.
I think McCune is also Irish, and then McNet. Oh god, it's gonna be this one's a tongue twister. McNamara. Yeah, that's a tongue twister, alright.
Yeah, that one's hard to say.
But that one's definitely from around here.
Sounds like it. Hello, Tra. Welcome. Oh, you're well past the halfway mark. Everything good in your world? I usually see you join in a lot earlier. Troa, tonight's topic is what are some moments when you felt the least prepared or most caught off guard, such that you either felt like you were going to fail miserably or you better improv your way through, and maybe it ended up being a large success as a result. Tara adds, McCune's definitely Irish, so are the McNanamaras. That is hard to say. I think the first time I read it, I misread it as McNamara, but there's an extra syllable in there. The Namaras.
I made the same mistake the first time I read it.
Yeah. Troy says, I had a half day off earlier, so I've been out with friends. Well, that's lovely. Good times. Though McCune gets spelled it a few different ways. I mean, that's true of a lot of last names, right? Nanamara. Am I saying it right? Pronouncing the right syllable? I have to go back there. Yeah, the nice thing about Finnish that I can't stand about English is all the letters are pronounced the same way every time.
Yeah, English is hard.
English is a mess, a sloppy, sad, drunken mess of a language. And the worst part being the spelling is just, it doesn't make any sense. I only this year, I forget if I mentioned this on stream before, so I apologize if this is repeat content, but I only this year learned the difference between a word ending in CH and a word ending in TCH. Because to my ears, having learned American English first, TCH and CH both sound the same to me. You know, the ending of the word crutch and the ending of the word teach. They both sound the same, even though they're spelled completely differently. You'd think that having a T would loan a different sort of pronunciation to the ending. And so it turns out that CH ending words are supposed to be long vowel words, and TCH ending words are supposed to be short vowel ending words. And that makes sense to me. You know, I understand the difference between short vowels and long vowels. I learned that in kindergarten. And so I started to do an analysis to see how right that was across the board. And then, at least in American English pronunciation, I learned that while crutch matches the short U with the TCH, butch and butcher uses the long U against a TCH. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And then the words much and such are both the short U, but they don't have TCH. They just have the CH, which means they should be mooch and such. And they're not. It's garbage language that doesn't even follow its own rules. It's awful. I hate it.
Yeah.
Tara says Irish could advise you better on Nanamara's pronunciation. I've only ever seen it written.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've never actually seen that last name. The closest I've probably seen is McNamara.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. I think that's what I was originally thinking I saw.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
Was thinking Robert McNamara.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly who I thought of too.
McNamara's morons, but that's something else.
Troa says, my first debate tournament. Interesting. I went through the whole thing feeling completely awkward and out of place, and that I had no idea what I was doing. Then when the awards were called at the end of it, I was so certain I hadn't won anything. I didn't even notice when they called me up for first place. And my buddy had to do it. Dude, you won. Go walk up there so people can stare at you. Well, that's awesome. You must have been a naturally good debater, and also so good that you didn't even think that you were good. I've had that happen a small handful of times where I had such bad imposter syndrome. I thought, well, I did my best, but that's probably a C level at best, low level, average, and then turns out everybody was amazed. Not to say that I'm amazing all the time, villain half the time as well. Tara says English is 4 languages wrapped in a trench coat. I've heard that sort of definition before. We've lost so many letters over the years too. Yeah, one thing that I think is particularly frustrating about English is how many digraphs define sounds that in other languages are done with a single letter of the alphabet. Even if you need a diacritical or something, a lot of other languages are much more clear and clean about how they write. And a lot of our digraphs get pronounced differently in different words. I mean, just look at like the word book versus the word ooze. Those don't pronounce out the same way in any shape and form, but they have the same double O. Why is that? You know, why do we have such disparity in the way that we read things out loud versus how they're written. Not to mention a few good languages, you say? What do you mean by a few good languages? What would be a good language to you?
By a good few, I just mean like a lot. Doesn't mean like oh, I like this language. This one's shit.
I mean, I definitely have a ranking of languages in my own head, but it's very biased, just in my own world. The one that I'm speaking predominantly at home these days is Mandarin Chinese, because that's the one that we're teaching our kids. And there's a lot of reasons why I favor the language over a lot of others that I've learned so far. It's definitely high up on my lists, even though I grew up fetishizing certain cultures and their languages. Yeah. Tara says losing gendered nouns was fine, but keeping some of those letters would have been nice. Most of Europe adjusted spellings after the great vowel shift, but English didn't so much, partly because it was still recovering from all the languages combining. Yeah, I feel like the vowel shift that English did worked out all right in the end, even though it's so different now than what it was in Old English or Middle English times as far as how the vowels were pronounced. We still have something of a modestly cogent ideology behind the vowels. There are plenty of exceptions, but short vowel and long vowel and how they adjust, whether a consonant is pronounced hard or soft, those kind of make sense. Our E's, which are now silent, which used to not be, inform whether the vowel is long or short. There's some rule sets that I sort of get. I just wish it was more ubiquitous so that you could use those rule sets across all the words you find instead of discovering just how many gross dozens of words do not fit the rule sets that you learn when you're growing up. And I know that distinctly really well right now because the kids are 4 and 5, so they are learning the orthography of pinyin in Mandarin, which is always the same sounds all the time in any given syllable. If you see a syllable, it's pronounced the same way no matter what. The tone might change, but the syllable doesn't change ever. And then you go over to English, and I have to explain to the kids, or that's more Oz's job because she's the English speaker. Like, oh yeah, that letter I, well, it's pronounced I here, and it's pronounced I here, and it's pronounced E here. Why? Because English is bad.
And that's before taking accents into account.
Yeah. We try to expose them a little bit to different accents. We do a lot of audiobooks, and we try to find as many different disparate accents of English as we can find, including non-English speaker English, like English is a second language, because it's also important to hear the language spoken from a foreigner as well, which I like.
Just wait until they get the Scottish accent. Then they'll be questioned. This person even speak English?
I'd be fine with that. I'd be interested to hear those words in a different accent come out of the girls' mouths. Sometimes they do out of my own mouth. The longer I spend time with somebody with a different accent than my own, the more mine infects towards that person. And I don't know what that is except for social cohesion. I'm not trying to do that myself. I almost have to more actively assert my own accent against it, or else I will just convert. But I think that's just social cohesion. Yeah.
Join us.
I guess so, yeah. Tara says, do you know why the plural of moose is moose, but the plural of goose is geese? I don't. Goose to geese sounds more correct to me. I'm not quite sure why moose doesn't have a declension. In my head, older English nouns before the S ending is plural. More of the older English nouns change the vowel sound to create a different, to create a pluralization, right? So you have mouse and mice, right? That's different. You have I'm trying to think. Now it's hard for me to think of those like off the top of my head. Yeah, please go ahead and tell me why. But a lot of them in my head, that's that vowel shift in the middle. I don't know the entire rule set because it doesn't happen nearly as often as just adding an S. Used to be the norm, right? Back in the day. And so having certain words that don't decline at all for the plural seems more confusing and strange to me. Cho says, public speak is one sphere I've never seen my talent or ability with, but everyone around me has always been like, I don't know what that means. Oh, public speaking. Like, apparently other people think that you really do a good job. Hey, what's going on, Wire? We're playing Final Fantasy 14, but mostly we're chatting about ways in which you thought you were grossly unprepared in your life and what happened. Sent you some image. Sorry, go ahead. I was just reading what Oz sent me. Nice, I like what you're sending me here. Ideas for home improvement. Go ahead, Sketchy.
We're talking about, well, the main topic is things you weren't really prepared for. That kind of came out of left field, but we somehow veered off into languages, and now we're just kind of here.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Especially if you catch me in religion or linguistics, I get stuck there very easily. Yeah.
Religion is a touchy subject right from.
I know, but I love it. I don't shy away from it easily. Charles says a completely effortless skill for me, so it doesn't feel like work or a skill even. Public speaking? That's pretty rare. I do okay with it, but it was a learned skill. I had to do I did a graduation speech at the end of 8th grade here, which with the state that I took 8th grade in. 8th grade was the last middle school grade before you transitioned to high school. So it really was a graduation to a different school. And I was shaking and awful, just like you'd imagine any kid coming up before, hundreds of parents that had never met me before, and all of my peers all staring at me, waiting for me to say something funny or interesting. I was awful at it. Now I could public speak up and down, but I think for me it's not natural. It can be something that you can train into if you feel really bad at it, but there's also a risk versus reward. I wouldn't just train in it if you didn't see a career path there, because otherwise you'd waste your time in something that, I don't know, that has a very high ROI these days. Oz asks, why is it fish and fish for singular and plural? Tro says mouse and mouses. If you say mouses, you might be wrong in English, but I'd also argue English is one of those languages. If you say mouses, literally everybody who speaks English will know what you just said. There's no contention there. You can say it wrong, and this is a language that doesn't get you lost in the weeds, right? Deer and deer, yeah, that's another one. If somebody says deers, that's not a big deal. People would understand you. House and houses. Heis would have been a fun word. Yeah, why don't we have a word heist? It seems easy to say. It seems very minimal of pronunciation. Why does that word not exist in our language yet?
We have a similar word, but has nothing to do with houses.
Heist?
Heist.
Oh, heist. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we do have heist.
It's similar, but has nothing to do with houses.
Yeah, well, unless you break into one.
Nah, it would have to be a very big house.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The molding is PVC, water resistant, so it won't warp. Interesting, interesting. So goose is an older word we had from Old English mixed with Anglo-Saxon. It follows pluralization rules that existed at the time. Moose didn't enter English until explorers found America. Encountered natives who told them what they called the strange new animal, and the language didn't modify for plural. So we took moose from I don't know the proper word, Native American language that didn't decline for plurality. So it's moose and moose because that's how they pronounced it. Interesting. But yeah, goose follows what I'd expect for a lot of older English words, which is you change the vowel in the middle and it changes the meaning or the declension, right? Oh, gotcha. Huge eyes like whoa. Thanks, Tra. Tomato having two different pronunciations, tomato versus tomato, is because it entered English right as Europe was coming out of the vowel shift. So it shifted some places, but not others. Potato didn't enter English until well after that, so it was unaffected by vowel shifting. Are you saying when people say potato, that's not appropriate?
There, anyone who says potato was wrong.
But I heard Charlize Theron say potato in Arrested Development, so it must be a correct pronunciation. If it happened in a sitcom, it has to be true, right?
I don't know how to watch sitcoms.
I've only watched maybe 4 sitcoms in the last, I don't know, 20 years of my life. I've been very reductionist on consuming passive media.
People who say potato is a joke.
Oh, potato. That's the joke
right.
pronunciation. Got it.
I misread that.
So tomato is perfectly acceptable, but potato is just being silly. Interesting. Good to know. Yeah, I'm interested in that kind of stuff. In fact, I did so much research on the CH versus TCH that I learned that when especially Americans pronounce butcher, but crutch, that those are two different pronunciations of the U sound, even though they shouldn't be, because they both are followed by TCH. I learned that in other places, the English pronunciation of the person that cuts meat would indeed be butcher, to rhyme with crutch, the same U sound, because that's how it should be pronounced. And that hearing butcher or butch is more of a neologism and wrong. I like learning where language has like fallen off the tracks. That's always interesting to me. It's like, oh well, we pronounce it this way, yes, but that way is wrong, and it's definitively wrong. I was getting into an argument with myself on the pronunciation of a certain fizzy drink that we have in the US that's just seltzer water, probably one of the most popular seltzer waters. It's named after a river in Wisconsin, and that river was first founded by French explorers, and they decided that there is a place where the waters crossed each other. So, given that area, they decided to name the river La Croix River, or the Cross, where the rivers crossed. And over time, Americans looked at Croyx and decided to pronounce it Croy. They dropped the X appropriately, but they didn't do the vowels nearly at all correctly. And when a company decided to make a seltzer water based off of that river, they named it after the Wisconsinite American pronunciation of the river, which is LaCroix. And so that drink is pronounced LaCroix because the inventors of the drink decided that's how you pronounce it. They even say on their website and their promotional materials, it rhymes with joy. LaCroix, it rhymes with joy. That's not how that original word was pronounced in any way, but it doesn't matter. They're the inventors. They can decide how they want it pronounced. It's sad to my French-speaking ear to hear a French word so poorly mispronounced. Irish
Potato.
say potato in your way. Okay, that sounds pretty similar to the American way.
Potato.
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, we've also got using to call these chips. We call them crisps. We call them crisps.
Yeah.
We have a crisp company here that's called Tato. I'll put the spelling in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right to my ears.
And they're lovely.
Tara says, wrong, but if it's been that way for 600 years, I'm not inclined to argue. Yeah. I've always pronounced it the French way, but I also don't drink it or know anybody who does. Oh, LaCroix? Yeah. I try to pronounce brands like the brand say that they're pronounced. You know, if it's a company and they say, this is how you pronounce our brand, that to me is just the way of things. There's no argument over that. You know, you've developed your company's name. That's just how you want it to sound. That's fine by me. It could sound dumb and I might make fun of you for it, but I'm not going to argue necessarily with it. The only case in which I've argued a company's decision on a name is if the name's not necessarily a brand, but maybe more of a characterization or a localization idea for how something should sound. And one of the biggest arguments I posted this on a Twitter thread a little while back, is Resident Evil 8. 8 was the one with the vampire matron and all of her broodkin, right? So she's decidedly Romanian, or she was once upon a time when she was human. And her name is spelled in a Romanian way where every vowel of Romanian is pronounced the same way, regardless of where it is in a word. There's no weird exceptions to that. And having friends who speak Romanian in high school, I look at the name and I say, that's obviously pronounced Dimitrescu, right? Let me double check that I'm pronouncing that right based on the spelling.
Tried to just Adidas, but Adidas is a wee bit hard.
Yeah, Dimitrescu. Romanian. Every vowel is pronounced exactly how you would imagine it would. You see the spelling, you say it that way. However, Capcom Japan localized her last name wrong. I don't know why, but they localized her last name as Domitrescu. Domitrescu. So really weird. Why Do? I have no idea. There isn't a D sound in Japanese. It would have to be you could do it with like a diphthong sort of sound. Probably de with a small e Dumitrescu, but it would still be closer than Dumitrescu. And what's worse is when they brought it to America, they used the Japanese transliteration, and they gave the American voice actors the prompt: pronounce this word like Domitrescu, and drop the U sound at the end. The reason why you drop the U sound at the end is that in Japanese there's a lot of ending U sounds that, if transliterated to American English, you drop the ending U. And so they thought this is one of those. And so Domitrescu is how it's said in English, which is an abomination of the last name. There's no ending U in Romanian that would ever get dropped. There's no letter I in Romanian that would ever be pronounced O, like do. D-I would never be pronounced do. Not in Romanian, not in English, frankly. You'd never see D-I and say, I pronounce that do. That's just me. That's just our state. This is my city. I pronounce it do. It's dumb. I hate Capcom. If you're listening, Capcom, go ahead.
Even before finding that there, because I only learned about that there now, you tell me. But even before that, I still called her Dimitrescu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause like, you look at it and it's like, right, that's Dimitrescu.
That's exactly how all of the vowels look like they should come out of your mouth. I'm hearing you say it, and it makes the most sense to me. Like, that's exactly how I would read it out loud. If I had nobody else telling me how to pronounce it, that's how I would pronounce it. Yeah. I've tried to adjust Adidas, but that one's hard. How do you... Wait, what's the right way to say Adidas? Because I say it just the way I've heard Americans pronounce it, but is there a better, more correct way to pronounce it? I will say that I say IKEA in the US, even though I speak Swedish, and I know it should be pronounced IKEA, because it rhymes with idea, and that was like a purposeful, cutesy, kitsch sort of thing to do. So I know it said IKEA, but if I say IKEA around Americans, they're not going to know what the hell I'm saying. So I say IKEA so that they understand the store I'm trying to refer to.
Similar thing here. We also call it IKEA.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
I think the reason behind that is IKEA, like the wrong pronunciation. If you know Swedish, kind of sounds like idea.
Oh, that's exactly the point. And in fact, that's exactly what I just said in Swedish. I probably should have defined that IKEA.
Okay.
IKEA is pronounced the way it is because it sounds so much like idea, which is how you say the word idea in Swedish. So it makes sense for anybody in an English-speaking country to say the name of the store is IKEA, so it rhymes with idea. Same idea, yeah. Yeah. Same strategy across countries. But I really like hearing English speakers, especially Americans, try to pronounce the different names of the furniture in an IKEA store. That's always fun. Because they're very distinctively, and honestly, if you speak Swedish, they're boring names, but they sound so much more exotic if you don't speak Swedish at all.
It's probably funny as someone who can speak Swedish, just listening to the rest of us try and pronounce these names.
100%. Tara says, way to butcher Romanian game, guys. Honestly, Comcast is, yeah. I didn't have much of an opinion one way or the other about their games. I've played a few Comcast games. Comcast?
I mean, Capcom.
Capcom. Wow. Having streamer brain. Yeah, Capcom has been, iconic in my life. I've played a handful of their games before. Never had a bad opinion of them until I saw that lady vampire's name. And I was like, man, that's really bad. And then I made fun of them all over the internet because why not? Adidas, the company, is named after its founder who pronounced his name the way Irish does. Oh. Which is how?
Adidas.
Adidas. Okay. Just different syllabic pronunciation. That makes sense. I never can get to sound right. Wait, which is that? It's hard for me to see. I'm using my mono vision.
It's the A with the wee circle over it.
Oh. I mean, it depends on which language. So it's in pretty much every Scandinavian language. It also comes over as a lone sound in Finnish. There's probably a handful of other languages that I don't know. I think not just Finnish, but also like Sami, like the northern Finn, indigenous Finn people also have the O sound. It's go ahead.
If I had to guess, it's probably Swedish because we were talking about IKEA.
Yeah. The long O one. Yeah, it's not quite long O because O is O and the A with the circle is more like a closest I could say is like the ah in father, but it's a little bit. If you could strike a middle bisect between the A in father and the O in boat, it's between the two. Yeah. Like the word the verb to speak is progta. And it's the first A sound is that long A. Progta. I don't know. I don't think it's a word. It's not a sound you necessarily need to get under your belt unless you really want to relocate to a place in the world where that's a common sound. Tro says, I was like, Comcast makes games now. No, I'm just this tired. I've been sleep deprived a little extra this week. We are because the little is starting. We go to a what's the word I'm looking for? Meet the teacher orientation sort of event tomorrow, and then on Monday she starts kindergarten, and we have to get her fed, dressed, ready for school, everything in a backpack, and to school campus before 7:40, something like that. So way earlier than Oz and I are used to doing, and both of us stream until 2 a.m. in the morning. So on days that we both stream, it would be catastrophic. So if you didn't already look in my Discord, we're having a bit of a back and forth on what the next schedule starting next week might look like. This might be the last week you see a regular schedule for my stream that we were all accustomed to in 2024. So next week, things may dramatically change. If you are watching this on either live or VOD, follow me on Discord or cyberstalk me to figure out what's happening with the next week. I'll try to update the Google Calendar, the Twitch schedule, and all of that, so you'll all be on the up and up, but things have to change dramatically. And that means today I'm very streamer brained, as we're pushing our wake up time earlier and earlier incrementally every day. Feels like every day we're waking up before we ought to, even though we're doing this for our own benefit so that we don't have a sudden non-acclimated shift to our schedule. Yeah. What are their lead titles? How to Offend Women in 5 Syllables or Less. Is that a thing Comcast is known for? And Customer Service, a Horror Story. I haven't had the worst customer service from Comcast, but I've had some issues. I told them that we were switching to a different internet service provider. We weren't with Comcast, but a subsidiary of Comcast. And they tried to sell us on like extras to try to make us stay, even though they couldn't match speed or price. I'm like, I don't care how many extra free things you give us. It's not gonna work. My mouth just has trouble with it, and I hate having an accent, so it bugs me. I don't think having an accent's really a bad thing. The idea with spoken languages is you can sound foreign if you don't get the accent down. But if you sound foreign and still get your ideas across, you succeed. Now, sounding American in other countries might initially make you think, ick, everybody's going to look at me in a really negative way. But I'll tell you, if you can speak another language with some semblance of acumen as an American, sound distinctly American, but also sound familiar, comfortable with a language, you've put yourself above 99% of Americans abroad. I've been in Japan speaking fluent Japanese. Do I have an accent? Probably. But the fact that most Americans go to Japan and don't speak any Japanese, and I spoke good enough Japanese to get by on the streets, people were surprised and impressed. They were like, oh my gosh, like, amazing. It's amazing you speak this many words of Japanese. I'm like, well, I appreciate that. Please don't talk to me about, anything deeper than what we're talking about right now, because you'll definitely lose me. But it's just like in English speaking, you can hear people with very thick accents speak. It might be a struggle for you to hear them and understand them, but if they get their points across to you and they sound smart, they're smart. If they're smart people, they're smart, accent or not. We'll give you a free home phone line for a year. Yeah, I've heard some really bad Xfinity and Comcast sales points. I actually had somebody in Xfinity sales argue with me that their internet, their cellular service is as good as the top level service providers in the US, which is a lie. Or it's not a, I don't know if they were lying. They might have just been sadly ignorant. The fact of the matter is, cell towers in the US are built by T-Mobile, Verizon, or AT&T. Used to be Sprint, used to build them too, but they've been killed, right? So 3 big companies build cell phone towers. At the tip top of the towers, the best service, the farthest reaching emitters and receivers at the very top of the towers are owned by the people that build the towers. T-Mobile builds a tower. They're going to put their emitters and receivers at the very tip top of that tower to get the broadest cell phone grid coverage possible. But that tower, to get that height, they've built an entire structure. There are lower points on that tower, right? They're inferior, but they exist. How do T-Mobile, Verizon, other companies, how do they make up for some of the costs of building a tower in the first place? They rent those lower areas, those lower altitude areas, to other service providers, Xfinity, Comcast being one of them. So when they argued with me, our service is as good as the top end service providers in the US. I said, I know you don't build service towers. I know how this works. Xfinity has never built a service tower. They rent from other big companies. You will never have the same coverage. You will always be a barnacle on somebody else's ship. And yeah, they lost my business for arguing with me there. Yeah, mate, I don't need a home phone. Todd, just cancel my service, please. I don't know who would ever say a home landline is important unless you're like a doomsday preparer. Like you create a underground bunker with food and fallout shelter and all that sort of stuff. I have a tiny story that's marginally about Japanese. All right. Tro says Comcast has had numerous complaints from women about pushily aggressive, just say RE, supervisor incidents. What? Why?
It's like every other big company.
Why would they do that? Especially in a world where you can just share that kind of stuff on the internet. Like, hey, guess what my boss just did? You could just post it anonymous on Reddit. And the company goes, why would you still do that? Okay. Tara says, an acquaintance had a Japanese wife, and she and their daughter lived in Japan while he worked here. They came to visit when the daughter was like 13 and she knew zero English. So there she was, a teenage girl sitting with a bunch of adults, not understanding anything, but too quiet or polite to express it. There's a stray cat I'd seen around back earlier, so I just got her attention and asked, Neko? And her eyes lit up and went to look for the cat. Well, that's cute. You know, even one word of a foreign language can help you bridge a gap because you're talking to somebody's heart in a way that they otherwise wouldn't be able to connect, right? That's very sweet. She perked up a bit after that, though we never did see the cat. That's very sweet. Cho says, can't say I can explain why. The old pervasive man has a right to sex stuff, I suspect. I hope that dies off with especially the boomer generation aging out of life. That certain aspects of our culture that have been historically just pervasive, and I'm not going to blame the boomers for having like invented sexism or chauvinism or bigotry. They're sort of like, you know, the last line in a long chain of baton passing. Not to say that younger people, Gen X or anybody younger than that, isn't capable of these sort of weird treatments of gender, have, you know, really sort of like a hate crime mentality built into the way you perceive the difference in gender. But I do see a significant drop off after the boomers. So when they leave this planet, I imagine things are just going to be a lot more chill. People are going to be cool. Relationships are going to be more about like, hey, how do we divide up labor? Like, how do we make things comfortable for each other? I want to make you happy. You want to make me happy? Cool. Let's do it. Let's work on that. Instead of weird ossified roles that don't make sense in modernity at all. Sorry, that was very meta based on your comments on just how Comcast runs business, but I'd like to see a big change as people start to die off. Welcome back, Nico. Welcome back from Lurkatory. How are things on your end? He is a Nico friend, isn't he? Things are I'm taking on new projects at work, which is, you know, a mixed bag. On the one hand, I like to be gainfully employed, so people giving me more reasons to stay with a company and have more things under my belt is a good thing. But also trying to build the content creator brand for bigger, brighter futures for Oz and myself is in direct competition with that. So we're wearing too many hats, trying to do too many things at once. And I don't know how I feel that everybody wants to trust me in higher growth and give me more responsibilities when there are only so many hours in a day to accomplish all of that, while still making sure that the children feel like they are supported and loved. I've known workaholics, even in my own family, that push too much to be something on all the time, and that's their contribution to the family. Look at how hard I worked. Look at how much money I made. Look at how much productivity I created, when all their family really wanted from them was presence, was being there, just existence, spending time, playing, goofing around, being silly, or just, you know, cuddling and not necessarily engaging, just existing in each other's space. Workaholics can't really make those things happen. And so that's a fine balance where we're trying to do a lot productivity wise while still showing the kids, especially at this critical age, like 0 to 7 is the age that humans are made. I don't know if you know about that. It's a child development rule set, I think, or at least a theory, that if you're the most engaged in that time frame, you commit the most change, you produce the most outcome for your engagement. After 7, things start to drop off. So we're trying to balance those needs, the need to grow a business and the need to invest in our children. My boss has been trying to convince me to move to a 6-day work week. Why? It hasn't been going well for them. Are you on salary, or would you get paid more for adding a 6th day? Give a counter offer 4 days. 4 days tends to be, you know, a lot of Western society is researching the 4-day work week, right? If we have all this technology and we're developing all these automations and all of these ways in which so many companies use consulting, AI, and just so many different resources to make productivity skyrocket, why would we need people to keep working longer and longer hours? It's counterintuitive to what we really want in life, right? We want to pursue our own dreams and interests, not continue to give and give and give our hours to somebody else just for money conversion. Although Greece apparently recently looked at the 6-hour work week, and I think they approved something where some companies are allowed to do that, right? But Greece has had some really bad economic downturns, so maybe they see it as course correction. But our economy is doing pretty well. It's moved to 4 days. Nobody wants to cover on Saturday, so they want me to work a half day Thursday and a half Saturday to get better coverage. I see. You wouldn't be working more than 40 hours. They've worked it out so that they don't have to extend your total weekly hour commitment. You did ask them for 4 days? Good on you.
Right. It's 6:30 in the morning. I'm
Yeah.
shattered. I go.
Understandably.
I'll see you all whenever I see you. All the best.
Yeah, thank you very much for popping in. It was lovely chatting.
And no bother. See ya.
Yeah, be well. And then there was one. I promise the game is saved. By no means of my own. We are saved in the game. I was like, you know, that work-life balance you're always saying we need to maintain, this would be murder. Yes, this would murder that. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely true. Jam, hello and welcome. We are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We are still So Oz and I both recently acquired the new expansion, but we're still on the older content. There's still a lot of stuff that we want to catch up on. And so I've been working on that off and on. Obviously, as variety streamers, both of us end up playing a lot of other games while still maintaining a Final Fantasy XIV subscription. But yeah, we're both working on developing our characters and leveling up a bunch of other jobs. I'm an omni class sort of person, so I have every job so far at 80 minimum, and I've been leveling them all up in various ways over the course of years. That's just how I like to play this particular MMO. Did you see the Enshrouded update? I did. I'm particularly excited for the new content in the world map. That's probably my favorite thing. But I also like that they're adding to bases the opportunity to do gear swapping with physical displays of the stuff that you have built. So you build a cool, gear set, and you say, now I want to wear that and go out into the world with that particular outfit. That is very cool to me. That seems like something that should be out for release and just makes sense. And that was one of those things that I didn't see. I'm sure you've seen it too, that list of their suggestions where various people have made comments on what they'd like to see in the game, and they rate them, and other people put in their votes, and they refine and combine, and then some of those become new content patches. That one blindsided me, actually. The sort of placing gear in the world, placing trophies in the world, being able to gear swap that way is kind of neat. That's a good one that I hadn't thought of. The modes I'm less interested in. Like, it's fine to have different difficulty levels, I guess. To me, if the game is easy, it's easy. If the game is hard, it's hard. I'm not really... It doesn't wow me to be able to change that around. I didn't see anything about the scavenger hunt. What's that all about? There's something I've been wanting to ask. Is your name an inversion of Gom Jabbar? Oh. Wow. Look at that. I had no idea. The modes help not only for people that want a more hardcore experience. I especially get that the pacifist mode allows you to raise the amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Gathered material in the world. So you go out and harvest and gather and everything. Mine for ore and all that. You can build bases faster. I do appreciate that side of things. But it also, I don't know, if we mess with that too much, it feels a little bit like cheating. In my head, and I feel this way a little bit about Minecraft too, if you mod and alter too much of the experience so that things are easier or harder for everybody, I feel like it's kind of a cheat one way or the other. Maybe I should get over myself on that one, but that's my own mentality on the thing. They also help people that want to do building because you can make resource gathering much easier and faster. The great thing is you can mix and match. Oh, with the what's the word I'm looking for? Custom difficulty mode. So I pumped up the combat and also the drop rate for mining and combat. Okay, so I can get behind that. That might be more fun because the combat is kind of easy in the game as it is right now, but the gathering for things can be annoying, especially for some of the more rare goods. Some goods come too fast, and I don't know what to do with that stuff. I wish there was more. Minecraft has done a lot of garbage collection work, which I think is smart, where if you know you're going to over accumulate, they've made crafting devices. Like everybody gets too many seeds from getting wheat, right? So they made the composter that you can put seeds into, so you can waste, or not waste, but get rid of a lot of your seeds to make something more important in the game. And I wish Enshrouded had more of that, but at least raising the drop rate on all gathering makes certain things like ammonium sacs, as an example, are super rare and annoying to farm for, but you need them for a lot of things. Makes those drop rates go higher. At least that's easier and more fun. Yeah. The scavenger hunt goes along with the new display furniture. There's like 16 new fossils to find all over the map. Oh, interesting. Combat's crunchy if you pump it up. All right, I can get behind that. My level 25 guy feels very vulnerable. Good, good. There's a brand new high-level tank armor set. Ooh, you're speaking my language. There's also the first Twitch drop, a Hollow Halls armor set. I'm gonna have to stream this game so we can get people drops. I have the drop rate pumped up and it makes resource gathering way less annoying. Yeah. I think resource gathering at the pace that a game wants you to do it is fine if you don't have a job and kids and other games that you stream and you're trying to like build an empire like we're trying to do here. Whereas, you know, if you're just working a part-time job and making ends meet and you have all the free time in the world whenever you're off the clock, sure, you can resource gather all you want. Drops are through next week. I may have to stream this. Yeah. If you want to do dedicated building, the drop rate was too low. Yeah, I agree. It gets annoying. It gets annoying. Now even us part-timers can get lots of resources. That's good. That's good. Yeah, some of us, it's not like I don't like Enshrouded. It's just that I have a lot of spoons in different pots, stirring a lot of different stuff. Like we just recently started Once Human. I'm playing through the Mother series. I'm playing through the Mist series. I'm playing Final Fantasy, trying to catch up with a new expansion. There's so much, and I just don't. And the brands that we're sort of building toward isn't one where you just watch me long play games so I can catch up on content. We're trying to do something, you know, monumentous, leave a legacy. That doesn't really account for lots of game time. So at some point I have to sort of pick and choose just what the hell my hours in my day are going to be used for. You know what I mean? You can get rid of durability on pickaxes if you don't want to deal with that for mining. Honestly, that would be really nice. It makes sense in sort of like a lore situation to have durability, but the gameplay mechanic is you leave what you were crafting, what you were gathering, you go and you find a repair station, you repair, which is just one button on the keyboard, and then you come back to the place where you were mining and go back to mining. It's not immersive, and you don't gain a lot from having to do it. It seems kind of dumb in some regards. It seems kind of dumb. Or wood chopping. Yeah. What I really still want to see, though, is a dedicated build mode, a dedicated build camera. That would be lovely. Or at least flight, so you could be the camera. Flight would be wonderful. Moving and adjusting the camera in better ways, getting in first person, and really being able to do stuff without having to build scaffolding everywhere would be really, really nice. Free cost building would be nice too. Just have a server just to decide what you want to do without having to harvest all the stuff would be great. Creative mode, or as it will. Durability is a bane of my existence. For every build game, they seem to like to do that kind of stuff to create rarity and scarcity and make you want to go out and do more gathering. But it's also annoying, and it makes you feel like you don't want to use things that you get that are rare and powerful because you know you're wearing them out, and the cost of having to get something equal or better is so high and annoying. There creates a disparity in the player. How much do I really want to use this? It sucks. And I don't like having that pressure in a lot of games. I would leave it vanilla or make it harder for survival, but if you just want to build, lower all that stuff down. Yeah, for sure. And so what we might do is make it so that for the servers that we travel around on and do actual adventuring, we have flame altars that you can teleport to sort of explore the greater world. And we've, you know, quested all the quests. We might raise the difficulty higher and make it harder. Whereas the megalopolis that we're building, we might just make it like super easy, because we're literally working on an art project there and we're not exploring that world. We're not interested in advancing the quest trackers. It brings to mind the built to break mentality of companies driven by profits, right? Like, what's it called? Planned obsolescence. The concept that you make something with the idea that you want the people that you're working with to come back to you again. Your customers have to keep coming back, buying newer and newer stuff all the time, because your products just, they work great while they're brand new, and then suddenly they don't. You can name altars now? Damn. About time. That is really nice. It's hard to rally people. Like, okay, go to the one in the Revelwood. No, not the south one. The one that's more north from there. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's annoying. Just have things named. Is it like 10 new songs to find? Oh, that's exciting. Honestly, for us, like our little group that plays Enshrouded, we've really gotten a lot of time out of just all of us gathering together, pulling out all of our various instruments and playing songs. There's just a zen moment to that. We used to do this in Sea of Thieves. Unfortunately, Sea of Thieves is such a stream killer, but Enshrouded, it's been like we've literally just sat there and played all of our instruments on some song together, and it's fun. It's actually fun to just enjoy each other's company and contribute to music, even though it's like kind of an on rails experience. It's still nice. I don't know. Yeah. Big quality of life update. Not a ton of new content, but a good update nonetheless. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Planned obsolescence makes sense for things like technology that's advancing at breakneck speeds, because older hardware eventually can't keep up. That's fair. And for a while with computers and especially cell phones, I super got. But a refrigerator, yeah, at this point, super dumb. The fact that you can look at fridges from like the 40s and 50s, and there's like a whole genre of this in TikTok and other places where you can watch old tech being showcased, and the amount of the quality there that exists now, this year, looking back at that vintage stuff, you're like, everything about this still works. Everything about this is still great. Maybe that company doesn't even exist. Maybe you can't find spare parts or whatever. But as long as things are running, as long as things are smooth, the fact that like a good fridge from the 40s has so many great traits and things that we don't do in modern fridges, because people at some point decided, it's not worth all the extra effort and design. I've seen that across the board in physical things, in software, where people just decided, you know what, this was a great feature, it's really, really powerful and really distinct, but not enough people used it. It's just kind of withering away. The few people that used it, that loved it, they're not worth it on a demographics scale. So we're just going to scrap it in future. So some things really die out that would have been great. We really could be that utopian society if only for, hey, welcome back, Machika. If we could only work our way back to an era where we just make things cool, like retro fridges or retro cars to have this. I feel like a lot of old appliances and a lot of old household things were served greater use than the general public needed, but that's fine. Maybe we just invest a little bit more. Maybe we cut profits from companies a little bit, by increasing quality of things just because it makes everybody's lives better. Are they ubiquitously loved, or like, is it the best return on investment? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe humanity should just advance in every regard, and we should get those awesome vintage fridges that are so much better than modern fridges no matter what. Maybe somebody should just bring that back. Yeah. I also enjoyed exploring the Black Mire because I hadn't been back since that was released. Black Mire was cool. It's a really cool area. There's a lot of verticality, which I like. It felt very much, we mentioned this when we were live streaming it. Oz and I felt like it spoke to back when we used to play Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 first expansion was a jungle. It was like in the southwest part of the map. They expanded this big jungle area, and it was incredibly vertical. The trees were really, really tall, and you sort of like navigated the canopies, the mid tree all the way down to the ground. And as you leveled up in that area of the game, it was kind of the Metroidvania. The more skills you unlocked, the more of the jungle you could explore. And there's something about that particular area in Enshrouded. The Black Mire feels like those jungles from Guild Wars 2 to us, because we played a shit ton of Guild Wars 2. Yeah, way too much that game. Wachika says older fridges took way more power than now. They run more efficient. Maybe that's the thing that we need to do, is we look at the new inventions of stuff that we developed since then. Like, we can generate way more energy efficient devices now, things that are better for our environment and energy usage. But we do that, and then we go back to some of the form factors that we had back in the day, where we had like fridges with like swivel, what do you call them? Like swivel shelves that pull out, and dedicated drawers for warmer and cooler temperatures and all that kind of stuff. Doors that can be opened from the left and the right, depending on what you want to do. I see things that vintage had that had great ideas that we should look back on and see if we can reuse them, but with modern technology's advances in energy and invention and technology to try to make things better. Upgrade all the way while not scrapping the good ideas that came from the past, right? Those things will outlive you and everyone you love, like the old fridges. Yeah, they probably would. I've been AFK a bit doing Final Fantasy 14 story, and I look over every now and then to read your auto-gen subs. They'd have me think y'all are ranting about a black manager for a hot second now. What? What do you mean by auto-gen subs? What is that? What's auto-genning? Oh, the subtitles for the Twitch stream. Man, yeah, I don't know. I try not to look at them. They're super distracting for me. But Chica said if the power went out, I bet they'd be way more insulated. Honestly, yeah, old fridges, maybe they're made out of illegal materials today, but when it comes down to the insulation, if you were going to keep something cold, an old fridge is probably the way to go. There's a reason why, like back in the day, I used to watch G.I. Joe, the cartoon. Back in the day, they had a PSA. I don't remember this. I think I saw this in my 20s, actually. But they had this PSA where a kid was playing hide and seek with his friends, and he hid inside of a refrigerator that was just like abandoned in a dump or whatever, and he couldn't get back out. And a G.I. Joe character had to come and pull him out of the fridge and tell them, don't hide in refrigerators that have been dumped out in the world, because then you'll get stuck. The more you know, G.I. Joe. And it's like, okay. The fact that they had to spend a whole like episode's PSA to tell you, don't climb in these fridges, you'll get locked in and you'll be preserved, just like the food that they were meant to preserve meant that they were made really, really secure, but also dangerous as a result. Yeah. They need to use the new refrigerants too instead of Freon, but it could be done. Is Freon not used? I thought Freon is still in use in like AC units, maybe not in fridges, but I know Freon's not great. It's like a noble gas, right? Energy efficiency would be helped by modern insulation and such. True, yeah, we probably know more about material science now that we could apply to fridges, but then we would want to do the material science plus the better materials that we used to use in retro times, because now we do such bad cost cutting that the materials for most fridges kind of like crappy, right? Yeah, the subtitles are bad, I know. Some of those fridges had locking handles to hold them shut. Yeah, it was bad. It is still an AC? Gotcha. Machika says, same with the older ice chest, like the old crazy Coleman. I got one from the 70s and it's way better than like the Yetis. Interesting. Yeah, I bet ice chests got to be the same way. It's the same kind of idea. Like materials got cheaper. People started to reduce the cost of manufacturing. But when you do that, you get an inferior product that just doesn't do the same as what they used to. All you have to do is sort of match the general offerings that are being produced by other companies too. So if everybody's looking to cost cut, if everybody produces inferior materials, then you might look at like a modern Yeti and say, oh, it doesn't insulate very well in terms of like all ice chests across time. But if you say out of everything that's out right now that are all made out of like cheap polycarbonate, just like bad low end sort of materials, they're all made to only last for a few years and then fall apart, and they're not really made to be heavy insulators because the cost's too much. And it turns out our consumers just don't really care that much. They'll still buy our crappy version. Then if every company's deciding on that, you might look at Yeti and say, oh, it's comparable to everything else that's out there. It's doing the same job that the other companies are doing. You know, Yeti, Coleman, and Igloo, they're all doing like the same level of insulation in my ice chest. So I guess it's just whichever one I like the best. But if you looked at it compared to like something from the 70s, oh, poop. Messed with that light. In fact, this light's too bright too. Oh, that's so much better. I can actually see you guys. If you compared stuff back to the 70s, it'd be like, oh my gosh, like there's so much difference in quality from back then, even if it was less sustainable, or it didn't produce as much benefit for the shareholders or whatever. Freon's no longer used in AC units. Okay. EPA banned its production and importation in 2020. Interesting. Air conditioners were supposed to have been cycled out about 10 years ago now. Some old houses may still have old working HVAC units, but not many. I bet you ours uses Freon because we have an old nasty house. And the next time they need any servicing, they'll have to be replaced out. Oh, okay. Interesting. My house ain't new and still uses Freon. A lot of houses out here in Nebraska still use it. There's still a lot of Freon supply left, at least out here, so it's still used around here. Yeah, I feel like where we are is probably still... I don't know about our house exactly. A lot of stuff here is pretty old. We were even concerned that just the popcorn that was on the ceiling that we were looking to scrape off, because fuck popcorn ceilings, that we were afraid it might actually have asbestos because it's that old. But it's right on the cusp. So any older, and I think it was definitively going to have asbestos. And where it is now, we're like not quite sure whether it does or not. You know what I mean? Are you sure lots of people use the word Freon as shorthand? It's a related chemical. Oh. If the technician who came out in Service Star I see a few weeks ago was using Freon as a replacement word for the actual chemical, maybe. That's interesting. You think it might just be like people just say, I'm going to add coolant, but instead of coolant, they say Freon because it had been around in our culture for so long. I mean, I've heard that sometimes before where people have used like a replacer word for something that's not the case, but it's just the old nomenclature for things. Kind of reminds me of like when microwaves first came out and people thought maybe microwaves were using nuclear power. So they'd say, well, I'm going to nuke my food. And I still hear some people say like, I'm just going to nuke this pot pie. It's like, you're not going to nuke it, my dude. It's not. Yeah, a little bit different. Aside from asbestos, why fuck popcorn ceilings? I'm not a fan per se, but it never bothered me either. So for the type of ceilings that we have, it's not like dense popcorn. It's kind of like a loose, weird spray that's this weird substrate over top of the sheetrock. There's no paint underneath the popcorn that it attaches to, and so it's prone to peeling off on its own given the humidity, and here gets very humid. So it'll peel on its own. If it doesn't peel on its own and it's sticking to the ceiling pretty well, if we move furniture or a ladder or we're just working on something and we happen to bump the ceiling in some small way, the popcorn comes flying, dusting off all over the place and like showers down. It's gross. It's nasty. And it doesn't actually serve a purpose. Popcorn was originally meant as like an acoustic treatment. So the room felt more cozy. You didn't hear as much echo with like loud voices. We don't have like a lot of people over for big balls and galas and whatever. It's just like us and a few small group of people we know in the neighborhood. So it's not like we're filling the house with like laughter and love besides our own tiny family. So rooms, I'm in a room right now that has 0 popcorn and it sounds fine if I can hear myself. Like, is there a bit of an echo because the walls are all flat and the ceiling is flat? Sure, a bit, but like I'm using technology that mitigates all of that as far as like sending stuff out. This is the same sort of setup that I use for voice acting as well. Although I have another place that I'm working on to try to create like an even better booth than this one. The popcorn doesn't need to really exist there. And it's just the aesthetic of popcorn seems to scream to this like low income 70s, 80s, which I'm very familiar with. I grew up with, but I also don't want. I want to expand past that at some point in my life, I feel. Yeah. I do know he said at one point the Freon is still readily available out here. Interesting. So not completely banned. I don't know what Dad did to the ceilings in our house. It was definitely textured and with little sharp pokey bits. Ugh. But it didn't look like what people call popcorn ceilings. I've seen some other stuff like weird tessellation, like what look like flower designs or whatever. There's some different stuff you can do to ceilings that sort of also create that acoustic bounce that's different. We've in the places we've lived that have flat ceilings, we've never noticed like a problem like, oh, the reverberations are hurting my ears, or I just can't stand living, it's got such a bad sound quality. Gosh, I wish I had a bunch of little like nipples hanging off the ceiling so that the sound quality in here would be better. It has a look that to me screams like wood paneling or shag carpeting or burnt orange and olive green. There's like certain things that scream to me, you are the bottom of the barrel. You're barely in a house at all. And I lived so much of my life being so poor that things that remind me of poverty bother me at an aesthetic level, even if they're benign. Like, what happens to your ceiling? Do we usually touch the ceiling? No. Do I look up and it reminds me of back when I was even more poor than I am now? Yes. There's poorer than having popcorn ceiling, and I've been there too. I've the ceiling at some points in my life, the ceiling that I've looked up and saw was the ceiling of a car. So to look up at a house ceiling is nice, but I'd rather it not have popcorn, if that makes sense. I don't need to make our house look like we're rich. We'll probably never be rich, but I'd like to not have to look poor at the same time. Know what I mean? So I'd rather scrape that stuff off at some point whenever I have time. Sounds like the balls that are held for pleasure are the ones that you like the best. What are you talking about? Just with no popcorn. White trash notion from the South. Well, I don't know if it's from the South. I didn't grow up in or around the South. I spent most of my time mid-Atlantic states and Pacific Northwest when I was growing up. I just find popcorn ceilings, wood paneling walls, and shag carpet all scream like bottom of the totem pole as far as like socioeconomic status. Machika says, I added a cool cedar ceiling on my van. Nice. That sounds awesome. Machika's van is cool, you guys. Yeah. Some people can live the nomad lifestyle. I tried it with my own car and I did not live up to standards that you would have appreciated. Mine was a bad time in my life. That was before we met, Machika. But that sounds cool. That sounds like a nice upgrade. Burnt orange and olive green, you say? To me, those colors scream poverty. Yeah. We always blame that on the 70s. I mean, the 70s made those things sound cool, but the era that I grew up in, if you were still stuck in those color schemes, it was because you couldn't afford anything new, right? Big balls is an AC/DC joke. I'm not that well familiar with AC/DC, unfortunately. It was in reference to we don't have big parties or gatherings, just small groups. Oh, gotcha. Oh, those balls that we hold. Yeah. We don't hold balls here. Machika says, I'm starting to outgrow my van, but I want to upgrade soon. Upgrade? What are you thinking about doing? Is there, I mean, your van is a pretty good size, but would you do something like newer, bigger capacity that might be unwieldy and bad miles per gallon? Just curious. That's a classic song, required listening. Putting a link in your Discord. All right, thanks. Sounds good. All right, I think we're going to go say hi to an Inventing Way. Oh shit, it's already 2. Maybe I should probably call it. I can do this quest another time. We haven't even been reading the dialogue out loud, so I didn't realize how we actually like burned through time. This actually makes me feel good about my decision. For those of you that are not on the Discord yet, we were talking about how next week I might be shifting my schedule to, instead of doing 4-hour streams, doing 5-hour streams, but each of the 5-hour streams would be, there'd be 3 days of 5 hours instead of 4 days of 4 hours. So be losing a day, an hour every week of live stream, so I could focus more on VODs. So it'd be good in the long run. But there was a part of me that was a little bit hesitant to say I will add an extra hour to my stream nights, because sometimes I get to the end of a 4-hour stream and I'm like tired. But we're also adding more sleep per week too, just a wee bit. Maybe it would be a benefit if I'm feeling like most nights I feel like I do tonight. It might be worthwhile, because right now I feel like I could stream for another hour Right now I can't because the new schedule is not live, so that would be really disastrous. But there's a part of me that feels like I could continue on, you know what I mean? So I must be doing something right. That Wednesday stream looks crazy. Oh, you mean like the biphasic sleep? Sleeping for 4 hours, getting up and sleeping more after. I would not be able to handle that. I want to try it and see how it works out. I just want to try it. If I fail at it, or if it's making me into just a wreck, then I'll talk to you guys about it and we might change things up. But I want to try, you know? I want to give it a shot. If it fails miserably, and then we can stream about it. We could talk about how much it sucked. and maybe admonish other people who are looking at doing you know, off scheduling. But if it works, then I'll tout the praises of that. But Chicken said, I'm starting to taller. Oh, you want to go taller? Interesting. You're a tall guy, so I wonder, like, how do you have to like duck down a little bit in your current van? And so maybe it'd be nice to have one that you can like stand without having to worry about smacking your head on stuff. Or maybe having like up storage might be pretty cool. Like having things locked away in like shelves and or cabinets on the top level. Because as long as you can get through anywhere where a truck can, there's kind of no limit to your top end. That could be pretty cool. I've done the sleep in pockets of 4 hours or so twice a day. It did work, but I was also in my 20s and drunk 90% of the time. Well, I am drunk 90% of the time. No, I'm just kidding. I could not raise kids and be drunk 90% of the time. I learned that when I was young, that I could not work drunk. Or I could, but I hated it. And so raising children and doing a day job and even streaming, it's not something that being drunk makes more fun or makes interesting or makes me more engaging in any way. It would just make everything, it would force me to work harder at every minute of what I'm doing. And that just sucks. I couldn't do that part. But the sleep part, I sleep in little bits all over throughout the day. Like even when we're doing bedtime routine with the kids, part of that I can kind of like doze off for little bits at a time, and it is kind of refreshing. Even just like a 5-minute snooze here or there can feed into me, and I can sleep on almost on a dime most times. So I feel like I could probably make this work. If I can't make it work, I'll let you guys know. Yeah, biphasic sleep works okay for me, but second sleep is the longer, deeper one. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I can make that work. I thought about moving the stream time earlier, closer to when the kiddos go to sleep, but there's some nights where they have massive needs. Maybe that'll change.
Can you do me a big favor before you come upstairs? There is a black widow. Front door. Right next to the turtle. I just don't want the girls encountering it. And I'm... No.
Oz has found a black widow in the front of the house. Outside. Outside the front door.
Just outside the front door where the girls like to be. I don't need that.
Yeah.
I don't need a hospital visit.
Yeah. So I have a duty to do before I call it a night. So I'll wrap up here. Take care of a black widow. And then, yeah. Good stuff. What was I saying? Oh, wait. Oh. Sorry, Jam. I don't know why. Well, I do know why AutoMod blocked that, but I'll allow that for you. Oh, what I was gonna say is, yeah, I was thinking about doing streaming earlier, but sometimes the kiddos have a hard time with sleep and or have needs. Once they're fully like really asleep, they're usually asleep for good for the night. They don't have middle of the night needs as much as they have like just went to bed needs, if you know what I mean. So it behooves me to be more flexible right after the kids go down. Also, I noticed just looking at the demographics of streams that at the beginning of a stream, I tend to have a little bit less engagement, whereas the further we go, the more folks from later time zones can join in. And some of them, you know, are just getting home, or they're finally like, they got home, they ate, they showered and everything, and now they're like finally popping on Twitch, YouTube, and all that sort of thing. So being a little bit later is to my advantage, I think. Everything's in flux, so we'll see. I'm not going to hold on to any one thing and say that's gospel, you know. The bars I worked at then encouraged their employees to take shots with customers if they bought them for you. That's a pretty common bar practice. I've had that too before at bars that I've worked at. So I was being paid to drink. Yeah, it's good times. Good times. Next to the turtle, yeah, I know exactly where that is, and unfortunately we probably can't let that spider live because they have a tendency to find our house and get close to places where the kids play. Yeah. Nice to see if you're looking all snazzy. Well, thank you. I always find that 10 to 11 p.m. is my busiest time, which is early stream for you. 10, so I'm an hour ahead of you. Actually, that aligns with where I would be shifting my stream hours, because that would be 11 to 12 here. So I'm an hour ahead, right? So that further supports my argument. You could just throw it away from the house. Black widows don't like hanging out just in the middle of the grass. They will come back to be by the house. Yeah, that's how widows do. I'd love to just, you know, throw it in the woods, but we don't. We do have woods. I would have to find a safe way to carry the black widow from our house to the woods, and that is not. That is a long way away. And could potentially result in me getting a black widow bite. Plop it in a cup, and then I'd have to stay awake to go walk to the woods and toss it, and then come back from the wood. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. I'm sorry, Jam. I'd love to make this widow survive for you, but it's probably not going to happen. All right. Instagram, I did not say goodbye to. Damn. We just ran over too. I feel so bad. So that's the end of Instagram. Bye. I'm sorry. I always forget to say goodbye to them. I still haven't developed a good timer situation. But if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Kick, thank you so much for being here. If you're not on Kick, please make a kick.com profile, add me there. I'm still farming for followers. Slow going, but it's going. Everything else for affiliate in Kick has already been met. I just need the follower goal. YouTube, you guys are wonderful, actually, and I'm humbled and have imposter syndrome, and it's crazy. It's hard for me to fathom, but on YouTube, the amount of watch hours has grown so fast over this last month that if we stay on this trend of growth, I will hit partner well before the end of 2024. I thought maybe by the end of 2024 we'd make partner. It's going to happen a lot faster than that on this trajectory. So if you're watching this live, if you're watching this on VOD, your continued viewership of my VODs on YouTube will help me attain something that will be very transformative for our household, a new revenue stream, one that's passive. There are memberships on YouTube. Memberships on YouTube are just like subs on Twitch. It's a paid way to unlock more functionality and get cool stuff. So that will exist. But more so than that, having AdSense revenue on YouTube is huge. And so if we can get to the place where we can unlock that, that will be such an amazing adjustment to this family's income. I'm really looking forward to being re-partnered with YouTube, because I used to be partnered with YouTube. They changed the requirements. I would get dropped out of the program, but it looks like it's going to happen this year. And I have you guys to thank. And I don't know what else to feel except immense gratitude. Thank you for being you. If you are on YouTube and Kick, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Have a good night. Twitch, stay, because I'm going to find somebody to raid. But in the meantime, those of you who are leaving right now, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you in the next one.